wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. Like, I don't really have like that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself.
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's still like what you
fine.
just saying.
And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchy is when like men rule, right?
Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's...
No, that was my fault.
Say it. Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one, that's for you, Grid One Motorsports.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Yep, mature audiences only, please. Please, no one bring their children in here, and they're definitely young ears should not hear the things that we are going to get into tonight. How is everyone out there? Is everybody doing great? It's been a great day for me. We've had, you guys don't know this, I've probably been remiss in telling you, but I do a bunch of rental property, and I've been trying to get one taken care of now for a little while, and it just I posted it. There's something wrong with the ad. I don't know what happened, and we didn't get anybody. We didn't really get any good qualified people, and sucked a lot. And this week I relisted it, and I mean, bam, qualified people. Super based tenants are going to move in there. Like, you're doing the right thing. You're getting the right tenant when they ask you if they can raise chickens, because it's a rural property. You know you're doing it right, and that's how it is. So it's an interesting thing. It's been an interesting week for sure, and we're going to see what we're going to have going on. Let's see what's going on out there in the chat really quick. Young at heart. Yeah, absolutely. Patriarchy. That's us for sure. Patriarchy is in fact awesome. You cannot dispute this. Let's see there. All right. So for those of you guys who have not heard why the show is called The Unreasonable Man or An Unreasonable Man, the reasoning behind that is it comes from a quote from George Bernard Shaw back in 1904. He wrote, apparently I'm going to have problems with a fucking light tonight. Sorry. I'm just going to roll with it. I'm not turning it back on. Anyway, so Shaw, who was a playwright in England, who's lived mostly in England, he posited, I guess, posited that by now, we would go through this evolutionary process, eugenics maybe, that where the best men would marry the best women, and then we would end up with this basically we'd all be supermen. And he wrote a play called Of Men and Supermen based around his theory. And one of the quotes in that is, a reasonable man accepts the world for what it is. The unreasonable one forces the world to bend to him. And that's basically what we all need to do. Literally everything that we're sold that we probably should not do is sold to us as being reasonable. We need to be reasonable. We need to think about whatever some politician somewhere thinks we ought to think about. And, we have to be unreasonable about it, right? I mean, and that's what we're sold. I mean, literally, every time they say something, reasonable healthcare, right? It's just reasonable. Why wouldn't we have it? We can't afford it, but it's reasonable. We should do that. Reasonable gun control. Sure. Why not? Just take away our rights as we know them. Reasonable. It's all reasonable. And it doesn't seem very reasonable to me. So I am an unreasonable man. I suggest that you also become unreasonable men. And by men, I mean humans, not just the patriarchy of men out there. So now that that's kind of explained away, and we've got some good stuff going on. We got a lot of really good stuff to cover tonight, and I guess we might as well lead off with some of the stuff from early in the week that I kind of skipped over. I didn't really want to, but we had Melissa on. Hopefully, she's in the audience tonight. She was great. It was really great to hear her viewpoints and experiences, having been in the situation that a lot of young professional people find themselves in, where they are so in debt. I mean, it's crazy, right? Like, can you even imagine walking out of school and being hundreds of $1,000s in debt to the point where it's going to take you years? I'm not talking about like months or days or whatever. I mean years of getting your shit straight, right? That's crazy. And it's changed. I mean, I guess it really hasn't changed since I was in school. It's just people have changed who they are since I was in school. When I was in school, I kid you not, I had one Pell Grant my freshman year, and I had a very small student loan that I paid off right out of school. But otherwise, I paid my entire way through school. And, I got out with a bachelor's degree, which I never used. It was a complete waste of everyone's time, especially mine. And at the end of the day, I think that we have to really kind of think about what is the reality of the situation that we're in. Are we, if it costs you $300,000 to go to school and be a doctor or a lawyer or get an MBA, and it's going to take you 10 years to pay that off, or you may never pay it off, are you really better off than the guy who goes out, apprentices as an electrician, making $30 an hour, tops out at 50, but 2 years later he opens his own gig and now he's the boss. He's got 10 guys working for him. My HVAC guy, he started out, he's a young kid. I bet if he's 30, I'd be shocked. If he's 32, I'd be really shocked. He's a young guy. He started out one truck, and now I think he's got 5 or 6 trucks. He's getting to the point where he's doing apartment complexes. When they build new apartment complexes, he goes in and puts all the AC units in. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars in contracts that he gets every year, because we're always building those damn things. And you really can't say that he would be better off if he had gone to college at all, right? I mean, he understands business. I don't know if he took business classes, or maybe he just watched some shit on YouTube. For all I know, that's all he did. And it was really eye-opening to listen to Melissa on Wednesday and just hear all of the nonsense, man. It's so crazy. I mean, good on her for paying it all off and then buying a house in cash. Can you imagine the discipline that it takes to pay a house off in cash? Like, just buy a house in cash. I mean, I've done it, but it's tough, man. That's amazing. There's a lot of things out there that I think that we used to, as a society, we really used to do these things, right? Apprentice programs are really good. And you'd have a guy that went out and we'll just pick on electricians here for a minute. Guy gets in as a journeyman electrician somewhere, and then maybe he finds he has a talent for, setting up low voltage stuff. Now that's a whole other career that pays maybe even a little more. I don't know. The point is that it is absolutely crazy the way that we have put a college career up on a pedestal. Now, obviously, it's engineered. We've been marketed to. This was a professional marketing strategy, and you can't get away from it. Hey, to all the newcomers out there, if you haven't been here before, just sound off in the chat. I do read the chat. Sometimes I'll post it up. Right now, I'm just kind of monologuing my intro, so just chill out, hang out, and have a good time. We're really just gonna power through this first little bit. Josie will be on later. I think she's out on a bike ride. She texted me that she had a headwind on her way back, so it was taking her a little longer to get home wherever the hell she lives. I think she lives in like Burbank or somewhere. Fuck, I don't know. But it's pretty crazy. And so the guys that are leasing my house that I have for rent. Now my house is on 20 acres. Now they're only responsible for about 3/4 of the property, right? Like, well, or 3/4 of an acre of the property. They're only responsible for this one little patch. And I told them, I tell everybody that looks at the house, I'm like, hey, it's 20 acres. It's mostly, undeveloped forest. It's not a park. It's dangerous. There are rocks out there, but it's a fun place to ride ATVs and dirt bikes. Just don't tear up anything. Don't tear up the ground. And, if you're going to go ride a dirt bike, don't dig big ass ruts out in my fields, And so I had these people came up and they called me up and they said, hey, can we have chickens? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I think there's a chicken coop from the previous owner when I bought it. And they were like ecstatic. They were like blown away that they could have, not only could they have chickens, but there was already a chicken coop. And the second thing is that I said, well, I've got a 7-acre field over there. And I think, the guy that bush hogs, he's a rancher. Can't call him a farmer because he raises cattle. I didn't know that. So it's a dairy farmer, but if you're raising beef, cows, you're a rancher. I didn't know. I'm not a farmer, so I don't fucking know. But I told him that we might have cows over there, middle of the summer, depending on how quickly we could get a fence in and all that and what his plans were. And they were ecstatic about that. So I knew they were the right people. And I'm going to tell you something. This is interesting. I'm somewhat of a student of watching people and observing people. And and we're going to get into the education thing. I'm just kind of sidebarring here. If you guys want to throw out, just throw out some, some suggestions. I'll talk about it. But so these people call me up. They're not super nice people. He's a truck driver. He's got a day, short haul, whatever. Just he runs a day cab. So he does. He drives a truck through the week, and on the weekends he's a subcontractor for pool companies, excavating and installing swimming pools, which is pretty fucking cool. And they're based as fuck. I'm a student of watching people, and a lot of times when people come to see the houses and rent from me, I'll know that instantly that they're probably not going to be a good tenant if the wife starts yelling at me or questioning me about every little thing, and the dude is just quiet in the background, right? Because that means that he has no say whatsoever, and she is going to Karen my ass to death the whole time that they're tenants. And so I generally don't rent to those people. It's very interesting. And when these guys came out, the guys I'm going to rent to, they were no shit. This dude, I bet his wife didn't say 5 sentences to me, and they were all in response to me saying hi or how are you doing or whatever. And the dude did all the talking. He was very polite. I mean, there's polite where people are trying to be polite, but you can tell when a dude is legit a polite human being, right? And he came in and we talked, and he was very polite. We drove the property. I showed him all of the property. He loved everything about it. and he was respectful the whole time. The most important thing is when they left, he said, we're going to go home and talk about it, and we'll call you back, and we'll let you know whether we're serious about this property or not. I can't tell you how quick I was in my mind to make the decision that they were probably going to be the tenants of this property. Now, I've got like 8 people that want the place or qualified. I got a guy want to give me $1,000 to let him bypass everybody. I don't operate that. We'll talk about that way I operate here in a minute. But when that dude said they were going to go home and talk to each other and make sure that they were both on the same page, that meant a lot. I mean, that meant a lot. That means, first of all, he's the leader and he values her opinion. And that, right, those are some, and they have 2 boys and dogs and everything. They're like the perfect, the perfect scenario for someone like me to rent to. You know what I'm saying? You guys get it? Because I have so many people who come out and I can just tell right away they're going to be nothing but problems. Nothing but problems. And I just don't put up with it. So now I'll get into some of the questions. But let me know what you guys think about that. That was it was really an interesting thing for me to watch happen and she didn't say anything there one way or the other than I like the chicken coop or whatever. And it was always the man talking, and she really did, unless he asked her something, she did not volunteer any information at all, which is not wrong. So let me I got to scroll back, man. I was on a little rant. Let's see. Yeah, we got a lot of people in here tonight. It's going to be great. We're going to be off the chain. I can tell already. Yeah, ticky tack, college is just not for everybody. I have a buddy of mine he's made triple digit, or pardon me, he's made 6 figures for 20 years, probably at least 19. He's made 6 figures for a long time. He quit college and he went and he got it. He got certified Microsoft server network guy, and he stays up on all the certifications. All he reads are technical books. He doesn't read fiction at all. It's the craziest thing. He watches movies and shit, but he doesn't do anything else like that. Sup, mental point of origin. How you doing tonight? Hope you hang out. Arthrodia or Arthrodia. Yeah, hey, I really appreciate you coming out, and I'm glad to see you in the chat tonight. Robert Stack and Unsolved Memory. Yeah, sure. Okay. Arthrodia, yeah. Your degree was 100% worthless. Mine was too. I really honestly believe that a bachelor's degree is the dumbest thing in the world that anyone pays for. Literally. Solid Snake, computer science degree. Absolutely, brother. Get your that light's just going to fuck with me all night, guys. I'm sorry. You've had 7 IT certifications out of high school. Yeah, man. I mean, look, all the company cares about is, can you do the job? Do you have the certification? That's it. Yeah. So yeah, that's fucking awesome. Would be interested. All right. I'll put this up here so I don't forget it. Manners maketh man. Absolutely. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. That's right. My son does the same thing. Absolutely. Here we go. So we're going to, would be interested in hearing how I evaluate buying a property for rental, evaluate renters themselves, and make the whole gig profitable. First of all, I try and pay cash for rentals. I hate overpaying for them. I don't mind putting money into them if I buy them cheap enough. The property that I was at today, I paid $221 for it in 2020. It's on 20 acres. It's a 4-bedroom house, 2-bath. It was a modular house, which, basically an upgraded mobile home, trailer, whatever, trailer trash. Today, if you look it up on Redfin, or realtor.com. I think they estimate it being worth 735, 760. It was at 760, 780. I think it's dropped a little. I bought that because I felt like I could eventually build on it and add more houses. It's 20 acres. And so I think I can build at least 3 more houses on it over time. I figure if it costs me $180,000 per house to build them, they're worth $400,000 if I sell them, but they're worth $2,000 a month each to me in rental. And so my goal with rentals is to have about $10,000 a month in rental income. Now that's rental income. That's not, that's minus any mortgages or anything that I have off of that. So I evaluate properties based on, what I think it's going to cost me. I bought a house at auction for $280,000, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, built. It was an older house, brick, which was nice. I bought it, paid cash for it. I paid cash for both of those. I paid $280,000 cash for it. I rehabbed it. It cost me about $60,000, maybe less, maybe $40,000 to rehab it, paint, some electrical, some new appliances, just normal stuff. So I rehabbed it pretty quick. And that house, I rent that house for I've rented it as high as $2,400 a month for a 6-month rental. I've also, but the last 2 years it's been rented at $2,050 a month, and there's no mortgage on that house. The only thing that house costs me yearly is I typically have the HVAC guy come out. They do that in the spring. That's $600. I almost always have that going on. I just actually paid that. And then in the fall or winter, I paid my property taxes on it, which, if I recall, this year was $1,300 for the year. And so, basically I make about $10,000 a year off of that property, or pardon me, $20,000 a year off of that property. And, it doesn't cost me anything to own it. Right. And that's what I'm really looking for. I do not buy properties with HOAs unless I really understand what's going on with them. And generally they have to be like an apartment or a condo, something that the HOA is just irrelevant, really. I like houses. I like houses that probably need a little bit of work. Right now, it's going to be a really good time to buy houses pretty soon, because what's going to happen is the market is getting softer. We can all see that. All you got to do is look at it and watch the chart trend down. Realtors will tell you the exact opposite. They'll tell you the market's heating up. They always tell you the market's heating up. They always tell you a line of crap. But the reality is right now, if you want to buy a house, you should wait, because it's going to continue to trend down. But if you have to have one, and you can get your money right and your deal right, it's a good time to buy. It's not a bad time to buy, because it is trending down. You can never get emotional or emotionally invested in a property, because you will lose money. You will spend more money than you mean to. And if you can't walk away from it, you really can't buy it. You just can't. The entire deal with buying real estate is that it has to make sense. I was just offered 10 acres out near Normandy Lake here in Tennessee. It's in Tullahoma. Not a bad area, not a booming area, but it's one that will eventually grow, and it's not a bad area. And I could put 2 houses on it. So my initial thought was to buy it, put 2 houses on it. I'd have about $400,000 in each house. I feel like I could pretty safely get between 700 to $1 million per house, right? That's pretty good money. It would take me about a year to do that, but that's not a bad year's work. That's not bad income for a year. The problem comes in is that they bought the property in 21, which was at the high, for 120 grand. Now they want 320 grand. Now, the problem I have with this is that the property is not worth $32,000 per acre. And this is just math. I always use these terms, good math and bad math. Good math means that I'm going to make money, you're going to make some money, and we both go away happy, and I don't end up losing money every month on something, right? Bad math is where you're going to lose money every month, you lose money going in, whatever it is, it's horrible. Don't do it. You will ruin your fucking life. Life will suck if you do that. And people do it all the time. You can just, and we're going to get into this because a lot of these fuckers that go around talking about how they drive around in Bugattis and they have $55,000 a month coming in, or $80,000 a month coming in, or whatever. Sure. But how much do they have going out? Right? I don't give a flying fuck how much I make monthly. I really care about how much that property is worth and how little I have to pay on it every year. Because if everything went to shit, if the rental market went to shit, I could give a fuck less. I could let those two houses sit unoccupied, empty, zero renters, or I could cut the rent down to $500 a fucking month and then still make money every year. Damn straight. If you're stupid enough, you deserve what you get. If you go into a mortgage on a fucking rental property that you're not living in and you have no desire to live in, and you probably would never live in, if you go into that in a bad deal, right? And my wife and I are talking about this condo. Condo's like, I think it was 150 grand, 164. They want $164,000 for this condo. It's not a bad deal. It's 2 bedroom, kind of been updated. It's an older update. It's not bad. Needs a little bit of work. $300 a fucking month in HOA fees. That was the killer for me right out of the gate, but I kept listening. So if you buy this shit, right? So you buy it on a mortgage. Most people have to buy on a mortgage. Craig, and we're gonna get to that, brother. We're gonna get to that shit. If you're stupid enough to do this, then you deserve what you get, because what's going to happen is you're going to go in to a property that you can rent for $1,400 or $1,500 a month, which is right about what you're going to pay in a mortgage. Now, there are two problems with this. First of all, you only make, we gamed it out and we felt like we could make about $200 a month. Even if it increases in value, let's say it goes from and we were counting on being able to buy it at around 155. So let's say we buy it at 155, and then we sell it, or we pay on it. We get somebody in there. They pay us $100, and our mortgage is like $900 plus $300 a month HOA. It's $1,200. We rent it for $1,400, maybe $1,500. It's $200 to $300 a month. That we're going to cash flow through there. That's not enough. It isn't in anybody's fucking game. You are dumb as fuck if you do that. If you don't understand how interest works, is crazy. If you don't understand how the fact that even if it even went up to like 180 grand, let's say that miracles happened and all of a sudden condos became valuable, which they never do. But let's just say that it did. It would have to slope so far fucking up. It'd be like a rocket aimed at the fucking moon for it to be worthwhile. But yet people will do that shit all the time, and they will brag about it on the fucking internet. They will literally be on the internet saying, follow me for more financial tips, while they're sitting there on a fucking mortgage that they're literally making $100 a month on, if that. And they don't actually make $100 a month because Guess what, motherfucker? You got to pay property taxes, and property taxes are no fucking joke. So if you pay $1,200 a year on that, or let's just say it's $900 a year on that property, you're literally, your money is gone for the year out of that property. You can say, well, they're paying for the property, they're paying the mortgage. Who the fuck cares? I don't care about somebody paying my mortgage on a property that I don't really want to own. What I want is I need money in my pocket every month, and I have a set amount that I need to make it worthwhile for me to be in the deal at all. And this is why I don't tell people to do stupid shit. Don't do it. Do not fuck yourself. Do not fuck yourself in the asshole by going out and buying shit that just because some idiot on the internet says that this is what you should do. You know, make whatever, you know, make $1 million a year or whatever. And well, fuck, who cares? It has nothing to do with how much you make. It's how much you have. And that's the most ridiculous part. Now we'll address I got something going on over here. We'll address some of this West stuff here a little later, guys. You guys got to we'll get in the West. No, Athrodia, the lady that was on Wednesday's show, was asking me how I evaluate rental properties, and that's how I evaluate them. They have to make financial sense. And I really need to be able to make it to justify if it's had to sit empty for 6 months because the market went to shit or whatever. Then what can I, you know, it has to make sense, right? Like I need to feel good about paying that mortgage if I have one. So, I paid off, you know, I've got 2 rentals right now that are completely paid for. I've got a third, which we didn't intend to rent. That was actually a vacation home for us. It has a mortgage on it because it was a vacation home for us. We didn't need it to make money, but it is currently rented, and the 6 months that it's rented will pay the mortgage for the year because I'm smart like that. I don't fuck around. Actually, it'll pay the mortgage for the year. So, you know, there's, you know, sometimes, and really got to be brutal. Now, evaluating renters themselves, I have a very simple process. I put it up on Zillow. They fill out the Zillow application and background check. The only thing I really care about, I don't care if they're felons. I don't care if they are mean. I don't care if they are coal miners. I don't give a fuck if they drive garbage trucks for a living. The only thing I care about is their rental history. If they have a clean rental history that's real, because I do check, if they have a clean rental history, we're good. I don't even give a shit how much money they make a month. I don't care if their mom's paying their damn rent. I don't give a fuck. All I care about is that for the past 3 years that they've been renting, they haven't missed a payment. That's all I care about, really. And then once they put in the application process, then we do a tour. And the way it normally works, especially with this rural property, is the way it almost always works is I can guarantee you I'm going to get at least 30 people that instantly message me, and about 20 of those will follow directions and do the application process. At least 10, which held out in this case, at least 10 of them will not follow directions, and they will just message me to tour the property. And then when I reply back, you know, and give them the address because they didn't pay attention to the ad, and they figure out that it's rural and you're not getting a pizza delivered out there, and the driveway's 300 yards of gravel, and it's, you know, there's no fucking streetlights out there at all. Once they figure that out, I got at least 10 of them drop out right out of the gate. The remaining 20, most of them will actually come tour, but I'll have at least 5, maybe 8 flakes. That also held true. The rest will come see it, and I'll always have at least one, usually 2 or 3 that are not qualified financially or rent, or have a rental history to qualify to actually rent my house. And in this case, I actually had a girl yesterday who came and toured the house, and she had misrepresented facts in her application. I don't really give a shit that she about the thing that she misrepresented the facts of. However, the fact that she did that means that she would do it again, and that I do have a problem with. So I just, we will not rent to her at all. And I have a whole process about this. So first we do the applications, then I interview, and I make notes on every person I interview, whether they seem like they're going to be Karens and bitching all the time, if they showed up and they were respectable and presentable, if they showed up late and acted like that it was an imposition on them to tour my house, that kind of shit. I just make notes, and then I spend like 2 days and I just go through all of the notes, and I go through all the applications again to make sure I didn't fucking miss anything. And and then I'll make a decision, and I'll start down the line, and I will call people. And what usually happens is over the weekend, while they looked at my place, they also went to like 8 other places. And half the time, the people that are qualified will drop out because they'll just go, somebody somewhere will just go, okay, yeah, we'll rent to you. Where I won't. I don't do it. I don't do it that way. I won't. I have a process. I don't deviate from the process at all. And so probably, I the last tour was today, like 2:00 or 1:30. And tomorrow I'll go through my list. Actually, tomorrow I'm going to go fishing in the morning, and then I'll go through my list tomorrow evening and Monday, and then Tuesday or Wednesday I'll have made my decision, and I'll start going down the list. And the people that are on the remaining list, I just go down until one of them says, okay, yeah, I'll take it. Or, because half the time most of the good renters will have found something, and they'll say, well, we really like it, but we saw another place, and we could, we'd sign a lease right then. So we did that, and that's fine. It's totally cool. I don't give a shit. But that's how I do renters. And I feel like I was pretty clear about making the gig profitable. If not, please let me know if I missed anything. I'm more than happy to espouse on how to make rentals actually profitable, because most people end up with their dicks in the dirt on rentals. They really do. They just get fucked so hard. All right. So hopefully that answered that. And we'll get into the West thing a little later, guys. I promise. But yeah, don't go into debt if you can't. If you can't handle the debt, don't fucking do it. It's terrible. Yeah, this is good. Let's see. Absolutely cannot stand wait. Yeah, right. So the most valuable thing that you have is your time, and what you do with it, you have to measure out, right? Like I'll go fishing. That's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I've already got the boat. The boat is battery's charging. We'll go check it before I go to bed. Hopefully it's fully charged. And for the electronics on the boat, I'll be on the lake at 6:00 in the morning if I'm lucky, maybe 5:30. And I will and I'll spend the rest of my day. I'll spend all morning on the boat, and I'll be back about 10:00 when my wife gets out of bed, and we'll have breakfast together. And I think we're gonna go play tennis or something. So tomorrow's my fucking day. I don't want to do shit. But at the end of the day, if you've got, it's got to be worthwhile. You can't just fuck around and waste all your time. So if you're not earning money, typically you're spending money, or you could be earning money. So use your time wisely and don't let other people waste that shit. So I'm assuming we're talking about diamonds right there, lab grown. That was cheaper than the real thing. So I have a friend of mine who absolutely believes that it's the dumbest thing in the world to do anything with diamonds. And lab grown, he's cool with lab grown. Did you know that just because it's an interesting point of fucking fact, did you know that diamonds are common as fuck? Like the only reason we think that they're valuable is because De Beers has had a 100-year marketing strategy, maybe 120-year marketing strategy, making people think that they're valuable and controlling the entire world's supply, to the point that when Russia, about 30 years ago, Russia was selling them directly to the United States. De Beers fucking went after them in the world court to keep them from doing that. And basically and De Beers are the ones behind, you can't get conflict diamonds. There's no humanitarian bullshit in that. It's all fucking De Beers not wanting their empire to crumble. Yeah, I've heard this as well. I'll put this up there. I've heard this as well. Now, what I will tell you is that rubies, emeralds, and sapphires are more valuable, more rare, and in my opinion, nicer than diamonds. Real quality sapphires and emeralds and rubies are fucking amazing. I've got one that we got down, and it's tiny. We got one down in the Bahamas on vacation one year, and it's just the most amazing stone I think I've ever seen that wasn't in like a fucking collection somewhere. And it's I'm not up on all of it because I don't give a shit enough, but rubies, emeralds, sapphires, considered semi-precious, but they are actually, in most cases, they're more rare than diamonds by far. So, yep. Yeah, this is accurate. Not only do you need a special machine to determine the decision, sometimes the machine can't tell. That's why they're required to be laser engraved. How do I do? Well, have you met me? have we talked? Have you not heard anything I have to say? People don't do that shit to me. If they try, I have a really good idea about what things cost. Generically, I buy all the materials, and I have an idea about what I want done. The thing that separates me from a lot of people is I can do it all myself. I choose to hire people because I have better things to do. It's very rare that I get ripped off by a contractor. I also absolutely make sure that when I engage a contractor, it's a contract. There is a written contract defining scope of work, who's paying for what they're responsible for, and when it's going to be done, and the penalty if it's not done when they say it's going to be done. And you sign that, and I've had to enforce it. I typically write in, like, I'll ask them when they'll have it done, and they'll say, well, it'll be 3 weeks. I'll be like, okay, well, really, how long? It'd be 3 weeks, maybe 4. I say, okay, we'll figure on 4. So if it's going to be 4 weeks for you to get this done, if it's 5 weeks, every week after the 4th week, I'm taking $500 off the bill, period. End of story. Like, you're not getting paid it. And I won't pay I never pay the full bill until the end of the project. Usually they want like some ridiculous upfront fee. I never pay that either. I will pay them on a weekly basis for work done, but I never pay them ahead, and I never pay them the final amount until it's done. So that's how I deal with that. Any tech stocks? And man, yes, but I can't say anything because what my wife does, especially not publicly. I mean, all that stuff seems pretty upfront to me, but I can't, because of what my wife does, I can't, I can never talk about things like that. Ever. Unfortunately. And I can't own stocks. I had to sell all my stocks when my wife became employed, where she's currently employed. She's talked about switching jobs, which might mean that I could own stocks again. But I cannot, I can't get into that, brother. I wish I could. I can't. Sorry. Appreciate that. You know, appreciate the question, though. I do. I can't own any stocks either. I mean, like nothing, really, because insider trading stuff. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Mass produced. Yeah, that's true. Where's the story? Yep. Yeah, and you just would not believe how rare those stones are. Yep. All right, guys. I was really hoping Josie would make here. Yeah. Yeah, basically, I don't want to risk going to jail. Well, I don't know. I go to jail. I don't want to risk being fined for just saying some innocent shit online. I never even talk about stocks or publicly traded companies because, I've said this before, my wife's in banking. She's in investment banking. She actually is in the tech sector. Can't talk about it. Sorry. And I never do. So we talk about a lot of other shit. That's fine. Yeah, Josie is on the way. She wrote, she texted me that she's battling a headwind on her bike. So I told her to pump harder. I don't know what that means, but it's what bikers say, right? I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to go to prison. Yeah. I don't want to go to prison. If I'm sure at some point someone will dig hard enough into my past to figure it out, or to find it. But actually, I've had some experiences with our correction system for short duration stays, and I do not ever want to find out what actual prison is ever. So no, just a couple of hours was enough for me to go, man, this sucks. Who the fuck thinks this is a great idea? Yeah, West will have some. We're gonna get into the West thing. I promise you we will. I just, I want to wait till Josie gets here because she'll be all kinds of mad if we dig into the West thing beforehand. But I got a lot of things I'm going to say about that guy. So yeah, it's pretty funny. So you guys don't know this, but Josie posts clips from my videos over on her channel. She has more subscribers than I do, which I need to fix. I need to go on a subscriber drive, I guess. And so she's got far more than I do. And someone was disappointed that I am the Grid One Motorsports guy. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's awesome. So yeah. Crook County Jail. That sounds like an old pioneer prison. 2 days and a night, never again. Yeah, no, no, sir. No, sir. There's no upside to being incarcerated at all. So you guys are awesome, though. You guys are being good tonight. It's been really cool. The at the end of the day, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, we just want to have a lot of fun, right? I'm not trying to be Brian or anybody else. I do think that most of my audience, at least, should at least be thinking about, stuff down the road, like, using a life insurance policy as an investment, which is a slight hedge against inflation, using various financial tools, towards being able to actually retire one day. I did not. I should have, but I did not. Send me a link. Oh, all right? I got you, bro. Oh, we're really gonna get in the wet shit now, boy. I tell you what, it's coming. It's coming. Oh boy, Josie's taking too long. All right, I got you, bro. I got you. Hang on, I gotta F11 out of this shit, and then I'll be right there. Sorry, man. I'm not watching my chat, so. All right, let me jump on here. Where's link is sent, brother. It's in your I'm all up in your DMs, bro. All up in your DMs. All up in the DMs. So the factory I work at, let me throw this up here while we're waiting. Factory I work at had a quarterly meeting, basically told everybody on the ground level, hey, we made $400 million this year, but we're down 12%, can't get pay increases. I mean, making $400 million sounds like a lot until you pay the expenses to make $400 million. I'm not sure that's a bad gig. I mean, it's a bad deal for everybody, but I don't know, man. I've never been in that situation. I can't tell you. But this is one of the reasons why I think that everybody needs to hedge against inflation and downturns in the economy. Andrew, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Kind of disappointed today, man. Gotta admit, kind of disappointed.
In me?
No, not in you. Not
Oh, okay. I was like, man, what the fuck did I do? I just got here.
So I go out to the gun range with Jim Bob and Sneeko, right?
Okay.
So we're shooting machine guns over at the fucking range.
Fuck yes.
So, we rent these packages, so we can shoot these. Well, of course, I made sure to rent Sneeko an AK-47, the preferred weapon of his people, and let him know, I got it because it was the preferred weapon of choice for the, well, let's just say the people who might wear certain types of rags around their heads. But anyway,
sure.
So we're there, we're shooting, we're having a good time. But, I ordered the Russian package. So I wanted a Russian AK. And what do? They bring over an American AK. So I stopped the range and I'm like, no, I want a Russian fucking AK. He said, we don't have one. I said, well, then why the fuck would you sell a Russian package if you don't have a Russian AK? I'm like, dude next to me is like, bro, an AK is an AK. Man, like somebody says that shit about, they're all the same shit. I lose my fucking mind. Big pet peeve of mine.
I can talk guns for hours, bro.
If you say that it's a milled-in AK-47 Russian, then I want to shoot a milled-in AK-47 Russian. So highly disappointed.
I'd be very disappointed as well.
I'm
not an AK guy, but if you're gonna have one, you might as well have a Russian or Bulgarian, but
Polish.
Yeah, that sucks.
Polish is the best.
You think
Polish
so?
is the best. Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. I like the only ones I've shot.
Well, you got to think about it. They're basically all made by dumb people, but they're really good. So the dumbest of all of the people, by this logic,
the dumbest of the dumb wins.
I'm just saying. Okay.
That's fucking awesome. That's fine.
So
I have a drop-in auto sear. Well, actually, an RDS, registered drop-in auto sear, and that thing's like really fun for the first 20 minutes until you realize you got to reload all those damn mags, and you just spent like $500 in ammo. So
yeah,
I only bring it out if somebody else really, really, really wants to experience full auto, and they're buying the ammo.
yeah, but I don't really know what I'm doing here though, because I feel like if I'm giving you, you know, a half hour of my time, that should be $55,000.
What's that? Oh yeah, 55,000. So, dude, I got to be honest with you, man. And you're gonna be. You might. It's okay if you're angry with me for saying this, but I have never seen anyone made a bitch on stage faster than you made Wes a bitch live on stage.
Oh, it was fun. He made himself look retarded, dude. He made himself look retarded.
He was your
and he ruined the whole event, and he cheapened it. He made the event look like a fucking timeshare. He made it look like it was a fucking timeshare pitch.
He did.
People didn't buy to go to that event for a fucking timeshare pitch. All about how, man, if you follow my step-by-step instructions, I'm gonna make you into a roided out bald motherfucker like me. Snap into a Slim Jim. Snap into a Slim Jim.
He literally, like, every single fucking question, it was, when I was in prison. I was like, that was fucking awesome. But it was nothing compares to the first 4 minutes of the exchange between you and him when he felt the need to stand up. and
wait, did you know
Go ahead.
what triggered him? Did you see what got him?
No.
What made him so enraged? I couldn't believe it. This is maybe happened like two other times to me, where a direct quote from the Bible triggers somebody that bad. But what happened is they all gave their spiel about, if you want to be a multi-gajillionaire like me and drive Bugattis and Lamborghinis and blah 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 blah, it's just a fucking bullshit. Then what you need to do is follow my fucking 18-step fucking $18,000 course, and it'll make you into a high-value man, and it'll be the greatest thing ever. Then all I said to him was, I quoted Matthew and just said, look, what good does it do to have all the worldly gains in the world at the cost of your soul?
I saw
what does that do for you? And that quote, that dude lost his fucking mind.
Dude,
because he was there to do a sales pitch. And he felt like we were ruining the pitch. And so he jumped up and he's like, he's got to discredit us, right? Because we're wrecking the pitch. And instead, we didn't back down. And I told him, too, I was like, dude, you're fucking stupid. Why would you ever threaten a guy in a stand your ground state who's armed and you're a felon? You know how fucking dumb that is? Like, do you know what happens when a hollow .9 millimeter explodes in a person's face? It doesn't matter how many roids they're on. It's just fucking stupid, dude. I'm like, why would you think I'm concerned at all about you?
That's your exact. From the moment he stood up that first time, he was so enraged. He literally, you controlled his ass the entire rest of it. You and Jim Bob had him as well. And I've never seen anybody made into someone's bitch that fast. He literally did not leave it alone. And
if you don't know Jim Bob's work, Jim Bob's a genius. He's a fucking genius. And he's been debating. He's been a debate partner of mine in the past, and we've done a ton of shows together. A lot of respect for him. And I brought him out to these different events because I want to get him in front of some bigger creators and bigger audiences who I think will really enjoy his work because he has a lot to offer. And so, but he proved it. So, they pulled him up on stage last minute because there was a cancellation. He wasn't even scheduled to go up. And he still killed it.
He did, man. He was like, it was, honestly, you and Jimbo, whatever.
Jim Bob,
you guys killed it, man. The entire rest of the panel was like snake oil salesman. Like that, like literally everybody else there. was like, I wouldn't trust any of these fuckers. But you and Jim Bob were the class of the act, man. It was awesome. And I just
you didn't
couldn't believe.
Here's some things
easy
you don't
it
know.
was.
Here's some things you don't know.
I
So
like that.
when we started diving into it, the very first thing he said is, "Would you take advice from these fuckers?" And the whole audience was like, "Yeah,
I heard that.
we would."
I heard that.
Right? And then,
Oh yeah, we would.
and then he's like, "You would hang out with these guys?" And they're like, "Yeah, hell yeah." And then the second thing when I hit him on the, well, you're the one who said a man came into your cell while you were ass up. I mean, that's what you said. It got
Dude,
your ass
so
up.
hard.
And he said,
could not.
yeah, he goes, the whole audience started laughing, and they were dying laughing. It was probably a good 30 seconds, and he was just furious, man. He was so enraged. It was really funny. It was really funny. But I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like all that working out, all that fucking muscle roids, all that fucking, I'm in a prison, I steel pipe to your head. It's like all that's moot when a person's armed and stands your ground state. But it's like, well, I guess you're going to have to contend with the ideas, huh, dummy?
Right. Yeah.
Because
It's an interesting deal.
physically assaulting somebody in the state of Florida, where people have been shot for cutting in a movie theater line and getting away with it, I wouldn't recommend it. Doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah. Well, he's one of those that he probably gets people to back down all the time just because he's big, and that's my wife thinks it's really funny because I'm not particularly big or tall or any of that, but nobody even blocks my way. I think my personality is such that people just don't mess with me very much. My wife thinks it's hilarious, and and obviously she takes advantage of it at every possible opportunity. And but I never have people talk to me or treat me like that ever. And it's always interesting to see somebody be that stupid on a stage. I guess he thought he was gonna back you down or something. Like, you're on a stage, dude. Just sit down, shut up. And you literally had him. You had his number from the word go. Like, he
when people are that enraged, they become easy to control. They're governed by their emotions.
Yeah, he was a bitch. He was totally. Yeah. I've never, and it's okay if you don't agree with me saying that. Everything I saw was like, if you could just say one thing, and he would just go off for 10 minutes, and it didn't even have anything to do with what you were saying. It was, well, $55,000 a month, whatever the fuck he was saying, And I was like, well, who cares? Who cares?
We had people come up to us after that event was done. I mean, basically most of the people at the event.
Did I lose you?
Great.
I lost you there for a second. Andrew? I think we lost Andrew.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, you're back. Yeah, great.
Yeah, sorry, bad. I got a bad connection, and plus there's
right.
tons of noise, tons of ambient noise around me. It's an outside hotel,
Yeah.
But anyway, we had tons and tons of fucking people come over shaking our hands afterwards, and they were like, just fucking.
Well, it was definitely an L for Wes. The chat was ripping his ass.
Well, but so was the crowd. And afterwards, the crowd came over. They were shaking our hands. Like, it's nice to see somebody who gives a different take than just the fucking high value man, make lots of money. What do you do with all that though once you have it?
I thought his mind was gonna fucking fry when you said, I think I got $5 in my wallet.
Yeah.
He looked over at the dudes and he's like, no, seriously, how much has he got?
Yeah, they don't. I'm like, bro, but it's totally meaningless. It's totally fucking meaningless, and it's just like, how can people put that much value on something that's so valueless? You know what I mean? But they did, and yeah, of course the chat can relate to that. a lot more than they can fucking relate to. Oh, I was in prison and now I scam people for money, right? They can relate to that a lot easier. And the thing is like, I'm just trying to draw a contrast. Look, I'm not fucking big and yoked and fucking fuck this shit. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not there with that message. They're the message that, like, dude, you still don't have to take any shit if you're just a normal person. And it's okay to be fucking normal. You can be a normal person, still never put up with any fucking shit, still not fucking drive a Bugatti and value money and only the material. And you still don't have to be a fucking bitch, and we don't follow a religion that says we have to be. Very simple.
I just couldn't believe where he was, right? Like, it was kind of nuts. And
well, you got to remember, inside this headspace that these people have, they're constantly competing with a shadow. Who are they competing against? Right? They're competing against other people who have a similar mindset of materialism. And the people who don't give a shit about materialism, they've already beaten them.
Yeah.
They've already fucking won in every conceivable way because they're not a slave to stuff. Imagine being a slave to stuff instead of utilizing stuff to enhance the enjoyment of your life and creating freedom for you and your family, having money. Imagine instead becoming a slave to it, where you constantly have to have more in order to compete with the other stuff havers. The other stuff havers.
I meet them all the time. So I go to these functions with my wife, and there's literally, I mean, like, real billionaires there, like, not fictional on paper billionaires, but guys that, corporate fucking raiders and shit. And and I'm a normal dude. I don't have anywhere near that much.
But good.
We'll be talking, and they're like, they can't believe the conversations that we can have together, even though, I walk in and, like, I know shit. I walk in and, like, the same 511 jeans I wear every day. I wear, half time I wear a shirt I bought at Walmart because, I'm a cheap fuck. And
good.
It's hilarious. It really is. It drives my wife crazy sometimes. But it is what it is. And it's who I am. And, it's, I mean, we do buy nice stuff, but I wouldn't lie and say we don't, but at the same time, I don't live like these guys act like they live. And I was actually, that was one of the things I was going to talk about, is how all these guys, they have, and I've met a bunch of them now, that everything they have is leased or on some kind of promotional share gig. They don't own.
I don't believe any of them. Right? Yeah, I do believe Myron, and I do believe Walter. I do believe Fresh and Fit, because, like, I've seen that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know that those guys are doing well, and they do give out sound advice, I think, for self-improvement. But they don't. Neither one of them reject religion. In fact, They embrace it. They embrace it and say, yes, the material is not enough. I mean, that's what Walter said to me after the show. I remember he's like, "You're right, man. It's like, that shit ain't enough. It's never been enough. It's never going to be enough." And it's something that men like you and I, we knew this when we were fucking, 15, 16. The newest video game only makes you happy for a little while. You know what I mean? And
yeah, I never could afford a video game. So
and happiness isn't supposed to be the ultimate goal anyway.
Yeah.
And so it was nice. I think for a lot of people, it's nice to see a contrasting message. If somebody just didn't, I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit how much your sneakers are or your Lamborghini watch. I don't even know. I don't even know what those things are. If you tell me that this is the newest, fucking pair of stylish shoes and watch and this and that, I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're speaking Spanish to me. I don't even know what the fuck any of that means, and I don't give a shit. It's meaningless. You know what I mean? It's fucking meaningless. This guy in your chat, he says, this cracks me up. He says he was bragging so much. No, he wasn't bragging. He was begging. They're beggars. They're professional e-beggars. And what they're doing, they try to mask their begging by saying, no, you need this. You need this. You need this. But what they're really doing is they're begging you to listen to what they're saying. They're begging you to buy from them. They're begging you to help them, assist them. They're begging you for everything they could possibly beg you for. But what they're not doing, for the most part, almost none of these guys are giving you anything of value. They're begging you for your value. Without you, they don't exist. Without you, they're nobody. Without you, they're nothing. They're beggars. They get on their fucking knees and they beg. And they offer almost nothing in exchange. And men operate on value exchange. You give me something of great value. And then in exchange for that, some great service or some great work or some great product, then I'll release my money to you. But these guys, they're not doing that. They're making the bold claim that they've already given you the value just by them explaining that there is that value. It's like, no, you're begging. You're begging me to take a risk on you, take a chance on you. You're begging me to give you something. So it's not that these guys are bragging. It's that they're begging.
Yeah, man. I've known a lot of people like that in my life, though. And that's one of the reasons why I could never really be, I've never pictured myself as a salesman because I can't lie to people very well. And, and I can't promote anything I don't believe in. I just can't. And I really don't understand. I mean, I understand the marketing. I understand the techniques. I understand all of that. But, you know, if I were to try and be one of those guys online, I would fail so fucking. It would be so bad.
But it's because, listen, it's because of, not all of them are frauds and hucksters. Some of them are great guys who do help with self-improvement. I don't have any problem with that.
Sure.
But what I'm saying to you is that most of them, like most people who are in a business of begging, okay, they're frauds and hucksters and they're fucking full of shit and everything else in between. But what I would say ultimately is you can tell how a person is by the rejection of humanity, or if they embrace humanity. If somebody's basically telling you that they're a vampire and that all of humanity is just there for them to suck dry for their own fucking benefit, right? You're for me. I don't give a fuck about you. I make X amount of money a day. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the blah, 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 blah. They've essentially rejected human beings as being anything other than objects for their consumption. You know what I mean? What kind of morals and ethics does a person have who rejects humanity as nothing more than just a tool for their own gain? And that's what makes me fucking sick about the whole pickup artist fucking, we're going to make you $1 zillion fucking bullshit artist community, is that there's so much of that which goes on, and it's hyper predatory, and it's fucking disgusting. Fucking disgusting is what it is. It disgusts me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely do know exactly what it means, and I don't agree with it.
Yeah. So anyway, you got an echo. You got to mute yourself, Josie.
Yeah, I just did. Sorry.
Oh, okay, good. You're good.
I thought it was.
So anyway,
it's like I redid the setup, and I think it's getting there, right? Grid, what you think?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Anyway, well, the big questions of the day for you, though, Grid One, you fucking piece of shit. You shave your arms, bro, like a good person.
I do not
you
shave my arms.
You don't
I
shave
didn't
your
even
arms like
shave
a real
my
man?
face today. I've been too busy.
Bro.
I've been out making actual money, and
Has your hair fallen out from steroids yet, bro?
No, I am losing my hair. Everybody thinks I'm bald. I'm actually not bald. I'm not
what kind
bald.
Of fucking man? What kind of fucking man are you, bro? What kind of man are you that you fucking you don't void yourself up and lose your fucking hair? Do you even have full body tats from being prison raped? Do you even have that, bro?
I have 0 tats, bro. 0.
Oh my god, you fucking this guy. You know what? I can't even be on this call anymore. You make me fucking sick. What kind of man are you? What kind of fucking man are you that you don't have a bald head, prison tattoos? Well, do you screech at enormous crowds and beg them for money?
I never have. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm done, dude. I'm done with this fucking call. You're fucking scum. I hate you.
And there he's gone. He'll be back, hopefully.
Yeah, sometimes they drop. What did I miss? Sorry, I really did as quick as I could. As you can see, I barely did my makeup.
Your camera's freezing, so
my camera's freezing.
It froze for a second, so
It's on. It was
Oh,
probably
froze again.
Because I replugged my mic. I mean, it looks fine on my end. It might be you.
Yeah, just like freezes for like a split second.
Might be you, because it's fine.
Yeah,
on
it could
my
be
end.
me. Yeah, it could be me. Andrew dropped out, man. Kind of hurts my feelings.
He's gonna come back. So what did I miss? Did you watch what I sent you?
I have not had time to. I like didn't get it before I started the show, and I can't do more than 3 things at one time, so I wasn't able to watch it. Josie, I'm getting reports that your mic is low. Mic is low.
I mean, it's automatically adjust, but give me a second.
How's that?
That's much better.
Okay. So, because I got a new graphic card, like a fucking RTX.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the NVIDIA Studio.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of rocking it, but I just got done installing it. And like right now I'm trying the Elgato camera. And I was trying the 2 OBS bot cameras, like the 4K and the 1080. And there seems to be flicker with it, which is kind of weird. I don't know if the GoPro is going to work. There was like a lot of freezing, so I don't think that the GoPro is going to be an option, but...
That's okay. Oh, your mic just dropped. Your mic dropped.
Keep unplugging.
Well, while she's doing that, the thing with Wes last night was just crazy, man. I watched it and I just couldn't believe that someone was that nuts, that crazy. And, it's pretty terrible stuff. And no, I have no tattoos. I'm a failure. I still have hair left, no roids. It's a terrible thing for me. I fail at life. So he could have been on coke. I don't know, man. That dude was
probably.
I mean, you know what bugged me was literally any question you asked him, his first response was, "When I was in prison."
Did he go to prison? I'm not sure.
I think he said something about him going to prison.
Yeah, I think he went to prison. But I'm not sure. Andrew, can you tell us if he went to prison? Andrew, what you doing? What's happened?
He's gone. He dropped.
Oh, like he peaced out?
Yeah, he's gone. He dropped.
Without saying bye?
He said, "I'm out of here." He said, I can't even. Let me, I'll message him, see if he's coming back.
You're capping. Okay. Man, you're getting better than me at this.
Better than you at what?
That crazy bitch is here. I'm out. He roasted, then left. I'm like, what? He left as I got here?
He was standing outside the hotel, so he probably finished his cigarette, and he, it's like, okay, that's all the time I got for you. So
nah, he wouldn't do that.
Okay. I think we might get Jim Bob on.
Well, I would be pissed off if I missed him, because I messaged him. I say if he could come on at about 7 earlier.
Yeah, he came on. We were talking about rental properties and that kind of, and making money and stuff. The thing about
well, I wanted to address the West situation.
Oh yeah, we start. Andrew certainly addressed it. Andrew's all over that guy, man. I've never seen anybody. Does anybody agree? So those of you that have watched it, have you ever seen anybody made a bitch faster in your life? It was literally like 20 seconds is all it took Andrew to turn Wes into his personal bitch. And now we have Jim Bob. Jim Bob, welcome, buddy. I truly enjoyed your message to Wes last night. Awesome, great,
Thank you,
great
sir.
work, sir. Great work. You are
Thanks a lot.
You're a man amongst men.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for having me.
Oh no, man! Thank you for showing up. That's great. So, yeah, we were just talking about Wes and how with one comment in 20 seconds, Andrew turned Wes into his bitch for the rest of the night.
Pretty much.
Whether Andrew agrees with that or not, that's what happened. Andrew's too nice. Andrew will say that Wes was just roided out and didn't know what he was doing. I'll just tell you that Wes became Andrew's bitch and danced whatever dance Andrew wanted. And he couldn't answer a single question. Every single question was, when I was in prison.
Yeah, I know.
That was awesome. Awesome.
I wasn't. I just got out of prison with $5. Yeah, it's like a testimony. It was like a testimony night.
The worst part is that he didn't even he talks like he's been to max security prison. He was at a minimum, and I think he did 1 year or something. He didn't do 10 years. Yeah, I just got the DMs. It's fine. But so far, I think I'm okay.
Someone tell Mike Hart that this is my live stream. I don't stream it over to the Grid One page anymore because that's for airplanes. So
yeah, you can't split one stream at 2 different accounts. Is it kills your algorithm so bad.
All about the algorithm, bro. All about the algorithm.
Well, it's my channel's linked to it too, so you know.
Yeah, Jim Bob, I don't really know. I haven't watched your channel, man. Can you tell us what you do and all
sure.
All 30 of my listeners here that
sure. Yeah, no problem. Well, my main job has been as a satirical cartoonist. So most people know my work, not my face or my voice. So I'm a weekly contributor to the Washington Examiner. I've done a bunch of viral memes during the Karunka days. And then I started a channel not too long ago, a couple of years, started out streaming in my little car during my lunch break at my job. And then I was able to quit my job and go full time into streaming. So I do satire and comedy and, some impressions. And I just I usually fight atheism and really shitty worldviews. And I also give out a link so that people can call in and try to battle out our views. So it makes a unique channel experience because you never know what's going to happen over at my channel.
Well, it's great. I'm going to check it out, man. I don't have a ton of time to spend online, but I will. I'll check you out, man. Wally, that is mean, man. How do you say that with a straight face? How do you?
Funny.
What do you mean?
How do you do that, man? What's wrong with you? We have a guest.
Wicked Wally.
You, man?
Not even a pun. Not even his usual puns. He just goes super dark.
Yeah, Google
Josie
says he did 10 years, but he
you didn't get it, right? You didn't get it, Josie?
No.
How do you know what a real man looks like when you're face down? Face down, ass up.
Yeah, okay.
It's the French in you. You have to be less French today. We have Americans on the show. So
I grew up in the gay district, near the gay district, so the jokes. I've heard them. It's they just don't hit anymore. It's my tolerance is
you're desensitized.
Yeah. I don't think there's a single gay joke I haven't heard.
I could never be desensitized to gayness. I just couldn't do it. Well, first of all, the humor is just I can't miss out on the humor first.
That's because you're a hog.
I am what I am. But I can't miss out on the humor first. And then, it's still funny. Man.
What do you guys been up to? It's an hour and 27 minutes. What did I miss here?
Well, I started off the show. I had a question from we had a guest on Wednesday night who's a doctor. Pardon me. I'm sorry. She's in the audience now as well. And and I didn't know this. Doctors are so fucked. They graduate with hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loan debt, and they go out and make a reasonable living, but that debt is all compound interest. And so, like, if you graduate with, I think she said she graduated with like $240,000 in student loan debt, and it rapidly increased to like 360. And she's paid
slave doctors.
Right.
Any slave student, to be honest. Even for me, like in Canada, I would have been okay if the dollar didn't crash, but it did. So it went from like 1-to-1, like the dollar was like almost 1-to-1, then it went to like 140.
Yeah.
So anyway, she paid it all off. And then she bought a house. She went and you didn't see the show, so you don't know. She went to buy a house with $200,000 down. She's going to buy a $600,000 house, but she couldn't bring herself to go $400,000 back into debt. Right. So she actually saved another couple of years and paid cash for a house. And she pays cash for everything, which is
how old is she?
Amazing. She's in her mid to late 30s.
Okay.
I don't ask women how old they are.
It's just to know, like, it's just to know their age group, you know?
Yeah, I think she's in her mid to late 30s. And I didn't know that. I mean, and what's interesting is Monday night, we had, I was at my kids' Boy Scout yearly health update thing. And they had 3 doctors in there, and they were talking about how screwed they are financially when they come out of med school. Some of them come out with like over $500,000 in debt. And it's crazy. 12 years in school. Like, you would think that they would graduate in their mid-20s. Most of them don't enter their profession until they're 30 or 32. Can you imagine not making any real money until you're 30 or 32 years old? That's nuts. And so we talked a little bit about that. And she had asked, she has been talking about wanting to do rental property. I have rental property, and I was talking about how I have this really, I've been interviewing people all weekend for a property. I've decided, or not weekend, the week, I've decided on some really based people. And I talked about how I decided that I'm going to rent to these people and why I think they're really super based and super cool. And it was just a really good conversation. And then we talked a little bit about how I evaluate rental properties and how I think people lose their fucking ass on them and don't do that shit because it's stupid. I curse a lot. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's
Infamous Luigi says, I think Jim Bob and Andrew were wasted on that panel. Are you talking about alcohol? I hope so. No, we weren't wasted if you're referring to alcohol. We had maybe one decent drink before that.
And he's Irish, so I mean.
Yeah, it was nothing.
I was gonna take more than that.
Took the edge off.
You know, it's interesting. I've never actually met Andrew in person, but I really like Andrew. Like he's helped me out. You know, I just started this channel. I spent my entire career in racing. I never had an adult job, and I never wanted it. But I was able to retire from racing, and which is something most people don't do. Most people just go broke and then go get a real job somewhere, and then they're out of racing. But I was able to retire from racing, and through some very lucky set of circumstances, stay retired actually. And so it's, I have a lot of free time. So that's the channel. And I like to talk to people, and I don't get enough. You know, I've got a 3-year-old and a 13-year-old. So I don't get adult conversation very often.
Yeah.
I value all of it.
Yeah.
Even the West type adult conversation.
Oh no,
Yeah,
the second that Wes started talking, like the first sentence, it just rubbed me the wrong way. I was like, okay, like he's up there, I'm gonna give him a chance, you know?
His first
But
sentence, I knew it was going to be awesome. The minute he started talking to Andrew, I was like, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah,
not a
that guy-
narcissist at all.
You were
I
even better.
think
You were just as good. Like, you can't even answer a simple question.
Dude,
You still haven't answered
He
it.
showed himself immediately. The moment I did an intro and he didn't understand the sentence, the tension between traditionalism and modernity, he was like, I want to know what you guys are talking about. And I was like, uh-oh, this is the guy in the white pants, the guy in George Michael pants is going to be in trouble tonight. It's unfortunate because he used the F-bomb so many times that, the really bad F-bomb you can't use on YouTube.
Right.
And he basically closed down the whole show, unfortunately. And it was a wasted event in a sense. We still accomplished something, but
what do you mean?
I mean, it was wasted because they had to shut it down, so people couldn't watch it on YouTube. So it went over to Rumble only.
It was on Rumble only. It was.
Oh, but
Rumble.
that's most efficient fit anyways.
Yeah. But then the exchange itself, someone came out after, and whispered in the ear. He says, "Okay, no more debating," basically. So the debate was called to a stop. So you had to be more topical. It turned into sort of like just like a coaching fest of like, how do you do good business kind of thing, as opposed to getting into the battle of views, which is obviously where we thrive. It's not in self-help shit, right?
I mean, I don't mind them doing that. It's just obviously it's not for everyone, and it's surely not for me. If it helps some guys do better in life and pull themselves up by the bootstraps, good.
No. Those guys don't help anybody except the lawyers that keep them out of prison. See what I did there? Because he went to prison. That was funny.
Did he go to prison? Did he go to prison? I'm not sure. Did he go to prison?
Technically, yeah.
I don't think he didn't talk about it too much. So
yeah, he never mentioned it once, and but it was really funny. The whole thing was funny, and Jim Bob, I really appreciated your comments, and especially Andrew. Andrew's back in the chat. I don't know why he bailed, but oh wait, he's back. There he is. I didn't see him.
Andrew.
He's been fucking ignoring me, dude. Piece of shit.
Hey man,
I told you weren't a fucking real man. You don't have your stupid roided fucking hair falling out or nothing. You ain't no man.
No roids. No roids. I'm sorry. I let you down.
Yeah. Fucking scumbag.
I'm just LARPing. I'm LARPing as a roided out prison guy. You guys crack me up. This is awesome. Jim Bob, man, I really actually want to know about your satire, man.
Sure.
Is it mostly from a Christian conservative view, or is it kind of all directions?
No, this show's about me. Snap into a Slim Jim.
Andrew, did he go to prison?
Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut up, Josie. Do you have a Bugatti? Do you have a fucking Bugatti? No. Do you make $55,000 a day? No.
Hey, Johnny Roll.
Did he go to prison? I'm not sure.
Did JB's mic just die?
Hey, no. Y'all still hear me?
Yeah, you're really low. Volume's low.
All right, hold on. It's because I got these stupid head things in. How about now?
That's mic's much better now. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Anyway, yeah. If you have arm hair, you're not a man.
Right, arm hair. Where did that fucking come from, dude? Where does arm hair come into this?
Hey,
I didn't know, man. I'm like, you gotta see me, bro. I'm hairy as a fucking monkey sometimes.
Yeah, dude, you're not a man.
I mean, road cyclists here, I can't really relate to that. So, like, the shaven part is like, okay, sure. Okay. But he doesn't look like he rides bikes.
That I just can't. I couldn't get that. It was just too. It was too much. It was too funny. It was crazy. But yeah. So does any of your satire about people going to prison and roiding out?
No. Now now it could be. I could animate that guy and probably.
It's like a whole new genre.
His voice. Oh yeah. That I want to create a character, a parody of that, and start an account and see if I can make it blow up. Like a guy who just sells slogans to people, right, and calls it coaching. I think I could do it.
Post more. Post more.
I believe in you, Jim Bob. Make it happen, Captain.
Hey, thanks.
So I know that one of Andrew's favorite, we were over in the Whatever Discord tonight, we were talking about some quotes and some other things. And I like Heinlein a lot. I don't know if you guys have read Heinlein. I'm an old guy, so I've read a lot of Robert Heinlein. And I know that it's one of Andrew's favorite movies, Starship Troopers. And he wrote that book when he was in his he was like the truest libertarian form. And I thought that was really good. But Heinlein's hilarious in some of his later work. And I don't know if it's really satirical, but I just thought that it was really great. Some of the quotes he had and I don't know. It was just real. I don't know how much you guys read. I know
Andrew, I have a question though.
Andrew claimed to read books.
What do you mean read? Listen to me. It's not about reading. It's not about knowing. It's about application. It's about application.
Hey, one at a time.
No, you fucking one at a time. Don't you try to shut me down.
Yeah.
I got $55,000 a day. $60,000 a minute. You shut up. I'm talking. Shut up, bitch tits. I'm talking. $60,000 a minute. Sit down.
I'll come over there and slap you. That was the best. When he said he was going to come over and slap Andrew, I swear to God, Andrew's smile got even bigger.
You were like, bring it, baby.
That was great.
Yeah, what was did something happen before the show? Or like it just caught you?
Josie froze.
She froze up.
Yeah.
Am I good?
Good. I'm glad she froze because the show was becoming about her and not about me.
Not about you going to prison, bro?
No, so you shut up about prison. You don't know my story. Okay, I started with nothing. I was stealing hubcaps and beating orphans for their lunch money. Now I make $55,000 an hour. Do you understand that? An hour. You couldn't dream of making $55,000. Shut up. Shut up. Don't interrupt me.
Bitch.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Don't you interrupt me.
Did he catch you by surprise? Or like
No, we had no idea who he was.
What was your reaction when he started going at you like that?
We literally had no clue who those guys were. That was our very first engagement. We didn't even talk to any of them.
And what was your reaction when he reacted like that?
We thought it was hilarious. That's why we were fucking pushing him.
The best part was when he was talking. There were two really good parts. The first was when Wes was talking about how he would walk around and people would know who I am. Don't you know who I am? I thought that was like, who the fuck cares who you are?
Yeah, be like, no.
And then the other best part was when he looked over at Fresh or Fit or whatever one it is, and said, "Seriously, how much does he make?" It's like I couldn't believe that Andrew was not loaded, and I was like, you can tell this guy lives in like some la la land where he's no version of reality touches his brain. Like seriously, this guy he's either in psychosis or drug induced psychosis, one of the two.
Coke.
Because he is out there, bro. That guy had issues, and I had never heard of it. I was like, who the fuck is that guy? Actually, that whole side of the panel, I was like, who the fuck are these guys? I mean, why are they even on the show? What the fuck do they offer? They all said the exact same thing. Move somewhere where rich people are and be like rich people. Baton Rouge, boy, you need to move to Miami.
I was like, don't be lazy. Work. Keep grinding, bro. Buy my course.
Yeah, like I think they even said like go to the gym.
I've turned out millionaires.
Yeah, we believe that.
Bro.
Hundreds of millions of millionaires.
Turned out means something else.
I sold 800 zillion copies of my book. Do you understand? 800 zillion copies. How many book copies have you sold? It's not 800 zillion, is it? Spend $93,000 a month on my rent. What do you
I'm
got?
surprised
Nothing.
they can
When I
actually.
roll up in my Bugatti, I have my security guards show up first. There's 18 of them, and they fucking throw rose petals at my feet. My cameraman makes $1 million. Who the fuck are you to talk to me? Nobody.
Yeah, it was awesome, man. That the part
I knew
about
you would like it.
I had forgotten about the security roll up in his custom rolls. Not standard, bro. No. It's fitted. Who the fuck cares? Seriously. That's the dumbest thing ever. And first of all, you buy a Bentley, not a Rolls, bitch. And second, you don't buy a Bentley. So, they're better cars. Maybach, maybe. You buy a Maybach. It's all right.
That's so Nicki Minaj.
I don't know who that is.
Nicki
I
Minaj,
live
you
in
don't know?
reality. Unfortunately, I don't know who these fake people are. I don't know any of them. I have too much more important shit to do than fuck around with those guys. So,
hey, Grid One, have you ever raced a 1972 Roundy?
A Roundy?
Yeah, a Beamer. Those old race Beamers.
You know, I did actually. Not a 72. Are you talking about a 2002?
Yeah, 2002s. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I had customers that had those. I never owned one. I did. So I did sports cars, and I actually am not. And I hope I don't piss everybody off, but I am not a BMW fan. We did race them for a while. You know, they make good taxi cabs.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm an aesthetic person. Obviously, not about the performance. I wouldn't know shit about the performance. I just like that old car.
Oh, dude, the 2002 is awesome. Actually, the 2002 is one of the last BMWs that I would actually take money out of my pocket to buy. I buy a 2002.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody else's mine, I don't give a shit. But I'm a Porsche guy. I used to joke that
Okay.
I used to joke that I loved Ferraris, but I could only afford Porsche. And then now Porsches cost as much as Ferraris, so it's not really much difference. And so that's,
Hey, somebody in the chat, Bean in the chat.
Yeah, bring them.
You've got something against Andrew. I mean, feel free to up on the stream and say it to his face or knock it off.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I
Get up
mean,
here.
Yeah,
make it fun.
Yeah, make it fun. Oh, he said his name and voice and likeness are not free.
Oh,
well, sorry. I don't know what that means.
Just his text messages.
Yeah.
All you're doing is providing entertainment for the chat. I promise you, because
it's good for the algorithm.
They will tear you apart. Especially Wally. Don't get Wally started. That fucker's mean. Don't get.
I
Wally.
think that one is in my chat though, so I'm not sure because our chats get merged.
Oh yeah, he may not. Wally can't. Wally just said he can't see him. So
well, if you go on my account, you guys can see it, but stay on that one.
I did mostly Porsches for a long time. I had a really great relationship with Porsche, but
hang on. I got to drive some traffic over here real quick.
Yeah, direct traffic.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps dropping.
I'm not dropping. I'm just being quiet while other people
we are
talk.
MAGA fools. What?
Oh snap!
We're MAGA fools.
Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at
MAGA
this
fools.
guy. Look at you.
And if you're not a MAGA fool, what does that make you?
Joe
Biden simp.
Yeah, I still have both my balls, so
you sound like you sub to OF. Just saying.
Oh yes, he does. You know he does. But yeah, so I did. I only ever owned one Ferrari, and that was only because I knew I could sell it for more than I bought it for. It was strictly a transactional ownership thing.
Yeah.
And I almost bought a Lamborghini a couple of years, well, I guess last year for the same reason. I could have made a lot of money on it, but then the deal, it got weird. So who cares? Don't buy it. They're not. I mean, they make great race cars. We almost did right before I retired. That was the program that we would have gone with. We would have done the Lamborghinis from Ryder Engineering in Germany, because the Germans make the best Italian cars.
Do you watch all of us? Like, it seems to be more and more in focus, the documentaries about racing. Do you watch those and nitpick them? And
I do.
Oh, that's bullshit.
I do some of them. The best ones, I think he's passed. Alain de Cadenet. If you watch any of his work, it's like from 10, 15 years ago, maybe longer. Alain de Cadenet was awesome. Just awesome. Most of the backstory kind of stuff where people do these, like, all of this expose on who the drivers were and everything. A lot of that, first of all, I don't care about, and I just didn't care to understand it. Drivers were to me, a driver was usually a problem, and they were the easiest part of the car to change. Like, if we had a problem with the driver, there was always another one in stock. They generally removed and installed themselves, and that was the end of that. Yeah. That was my theory on drivers. Now, I have some that I would always work with. I don't know why I can't talk all of a sudden. There are drivers out there there are drivers that are amazing human beings that I would, if I were to go back in the racing today, I'd call them up and say, hey, I know you haven't been doing anything cool lately, but I want you to come drive my car because you're cool, you're awesome. And when you're evaluating a driver, it's not like evaluating any other kind of employee, because they need to have a very specific controlled aggression, because they need to be able to do things with that car that would just piss most people off. And if they can't do it, then they're useless. They're absolutely worthless. And so I had this driver one time. I had this driver one time named Dan Clark, Speedy Dan Clark. He came over from Indy Lights, and he was a super cool dude. Very, very great human being.
Jim Bob, I don't even know what this guy's talking about.
I know.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
All right, just go ahead and rage out, man. So Speedy Dan came over to me from IndyCar. I gave him a shot in the car at Mid-Ohio. And he'd been in Mid-Ohio before and felt like he'd do pretty good there. And all through testing, this guy, and he's a younger guy, but he's getting old for a pro race driver. Limited lifespan unless you have a lot of money. And he knew it. So all weekend he is bitching about the car. It's like, this isn't right. This isn't right. I need, there's, just a lot of stuff. And we changed a lot of shit on the car to make it. But the thing is every time we changed something, he went faster. If it goes the other way, we start getting pissed. But every time he'd say,
Rachel.
Every time he would say, I want this, he'd go out and he'd go faster. So we get
Who dares say Rachel's name without fear in her voice?
Me.
So we sent him out for qualifying, and he the top 10 qualifiers were separated by less than 9/10 of a second. Oh, stupid close to each other. We were 7th, I think, 6th or 7th. We're outside pole, 3 cars back. So we do standing starts. So it's a drag race style start. So this is like the most dangerous way to start a race, period. But we do it because we're cool. And I'm thinking the whole time he's bitching about the car, I'm thinking, he needs to go back to Indy Lights. This guy's a candy ass. He doesn't belong in a 10-top car where it's a fist fight from the start of the race to the end, right? Like, we're sprint races, so bumpers are replaceable, right? We there are certain things that are consumable. I just expect you to not bring them back, and as long as you do well.
Wait. It sounds like you're saying you'd be okay if racing got rid of the humans.
No, because you got to have that controlled aggression, man. You got to have it.
Why not AI Formula One? Why not?
Because I'm about to tell you why. So we do the standing start, and this fucking guy that I've been like, this guy's a fucking candy ass. I don't need him in my car. He goes from 7th to 1st by the first corner. He went between Lawson Austinbach and Rob Holland and folded the fucking mirrors on the car. The goddamn side mirrors. Folded them. And just kept going. And I asked Holland a little later, I was like, Rob, what do you think, man? Because Speedy Dan just went by you like you were standing fucking still. And he said, yeah, I looked over and there he was. And Lawson was on the other side and there just wasn't a lot of room. But I figured if he thought he could make it, I was going to let him try. And he went through. There was literally like paint skimmed off of the fenders. This is how tight this guy put this car through there. And he went into turn 1 first. And I was like, you know what? He can stay. And you're not going to get an AI. And there's no AI that would go, okay, let's do this. This is the way it needs to go. Oh, that fucking Ben Shapiro. So, yeah. I'm putting that fucking up there. There you go. Look, see? Can't claim broke anymore. Did everybody's volume dry?
No, no.
Okay.
You just won't shut up. You just won't shut up so we can chill.
All right, yeah. Go ahead and chill, bro. Chill your program.
Well, we'll start with Ben over here. Ben Shapiro. He's got a show.
That was awesome. Cool as shit.
Did you know his sister has an OnlyFans?
Shapiro?
Apparently.
What, does she teach law?
Wait, no. I don't believe you. You need to link it. No, I'm kidding. Don't.
I was about to.
So where's Ben Shapiro? You can ask him yourself if you switch the Ben Shapiro back on.
Yeah, it's
just stay like that. It's good for the views.
So did you guys have did you guys dine out on the whole West thing the rest of all of last night and this morning?
Yeah, it was fun. We went into his background and we're just drinking beers, listening to other people who have already exposed his lies, and we're like, oh, this is funny. If only we had known some of that stuff going into the panel, that would have been pretty glorious.
Andrew, nothing? Andrew's distracted.
No, I'm not. I'm just
I don't give a shit.
We're in the same room, and Jim Bob is there's a slight delay between us, but anyway,
gotcha.
No, he's right. We basically were just laughing at this fucking guy. But he's the only thing that disappointed me, I don't give a shit about any of the blood sports or this guy spurting out or this or that. The only thing that pissed me off is that he ruined these guys' event, and they clearly put a lot of effort into the event.
It looked
and
like it was
he just really just kind of fucking wrecked the event. So I don't think he'll be getting invited back anytime soon, to be honest with you.
You know why Andrew didn't lift his shirt, bro? Because he's armed, bro. That's why he didn't lift his shirt.
Why are dudes constantly wanting me to lift up my shirt? What the fuck is going on, dude? Lift up your shirt. Lift up your shirt.
I know the feeling.
It's a different reason with you.
Are you sure that's a different reason?
Well, he was in prison.
What's the name of this channel?
An Unreasonable Man.
Okay.
I'm working on the SEO.
It's called Josie's a Degenerate.
We're trying to save Josie.
No, bro, never say you're trying to save one of them, dude.
It's hard work.
Yeah, you can't. I don't ever want to hear. I don't ever want to hear I can save her, bro.
Because you can.
I am not Captain Save-A-Ho. As a matter of fact, I preach against people being Captain Save-A-Ho. You cannot.
I know that's a joke, Grid. That's a joke. We know.
I know. I can't let anyone think. I'm gonna have to go shave my arms later. I'm sorry.
Yeah, shave those arms. Man up.
I can't believe somebody said that out loud to another fucking man.
Shave your arms.
Shave your arms. Look at your arms.
Just can't.
He was more emotional than like a freaking 16-year-old PMS on like Planned Parenthood government funded birth control.
That's what the roids do. That and shrink your nuts.
$55,000 a day. Snap it to a Slim Jim.
Rachel said if Andrew ever put on tight white skinny jeans with torn knees, I would literally file for a divorce.
He had to show off those tats, bro.
Grid one, did you see now? Do you understand now why it is that I was talking in the beginning about how literacy is such a problem? And then Josie begins to read the chat and proves me right immediately. Right? See?
Literacy matters. Literacy matters. It really does.
It matters. By the way, I just want to remind everybody that that guy asked a 19-year-old boy to pull his shirt up during the Q&A section. He asked the 19-year-old boy. He said, "Pull your shirt up."
That was raw, man. That was nuts. Why'd you do that? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I just want to remind you that he wanted a 19-year-old to pull his shirt up.
Yeah, that was a special night. I'm glad that you brought us that special night, Andrew and Jim Bob. Hats off to both of you. You guys did well, excelled.
You're welcome, Grid.
Boring.
Grid, you're welcome.
Oh, did I say Josie? I meant Jim Bob. I'm sorry.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was great though. It was really great. Oh, Josie sent me the link. I was
on my bike coordinating everything.
I was
Spyro
like,
says, "Do you see Spyro in the chat?" He's like, "What's morally wrong with asking a 19-year-old to pull their shirt up?"
Put that up on the screen.
See, there's no debate for that. Like, we just know. You see?
Yeah.
It's not open for a debate.
Well, when you're fresh out of prison,
who are you asking there, buddy? I like books. I recommend a book every show.
I spent 10 years in prison for a little bit of marijuana. Okay.
Man, they didn't need an after show after that. It was like more emotional than all of the women on a panel combined.
I spent 10 years in prison for jaywalking.
Go read some books, Josie. Yeah, I need to read Rachel's book for the 5th time. Hold on.
Hold on.
I read a lot. Like, a lot.
Well, so B Bean's been banned by Rachel on her channel.
Do you want me to ban him, Rachel? I can ban him. I was just going at it because I don't know. I don't like banning people.
Jim, we're gonna have to have you on again. I really want to hear more about the satirical cartoonist stuff because that's got to be just a ridiculously interesting way to make a living.
Oh yeah, it's fun. It's never. Well, the thing about it is that reality is satirical now, so I'm just a reporter at this point. So I just look out and go, "Oh, let me just draw that." It's like, okay. So
yeah, you couldn't make that shit up, right?
I'm going out of business. Yeah.
It's bad when a cartoonist can't make that shit up.
Right. Yeah.
So that's pretty nuts. Hey, Skate, I don't know how you pronounce your name, but I can tell you one thing. If it's a choice between Rachel Wilson leaving and you leaving, you will be escorted to the door, sir.
Don't let it hit you on the way out.
Promise you.
Here's the door, bitch.
As a matter of fact, I'll just so that's on Josie's channel, so she'll have to.
Oh, you want me to ban it or?
I mean,
I can put in the timeout.
If he's going to harass Rachel, I say ban his ass.
I'll put user in timeout.
Andrew, can you send Grid 1 the cartoon that you showed me with the white pants? Maybe you can bring it up on screen.
Oh, I saw that. I think I saw that, but I wanted to get. I mean, send it to me now. It's great. We'll put it up on the screen. I got a message over here. Rachel, if you want to jump on, I mean, I don't mind. You guys can.
Yeah, Rachel, you should jump on. I was watching one of your stream last night, Rachel, with the one that you did with your friend about Nala and all those Stratcons. Pretty good. You're a pretty good streamer too, I gotta say. I listened to the whole thing. That was smooth. I was like, oh. Then I went to look for today's stream and it wasn't there anymore.
So that I sent that over to you.
I got it. I'm putting it in my funny pictures folder so I can have it forever.
Stop drinking beer, Jim.
Yeah, she did delete her OF.
Whatever, dude. I'm hiding.
Stop drinking beer. It'll just take you away from the good things in life. Money.
You won't be rare, bro. You won't be rare.
Don't have a beer with your friends.
I was in prison.
Money.
I was in prison.
You gotta be better than me. You gotta be better than you.
But you're a loser.
You're a loser.
I was in prison.
Platitudes make you the best version of yourself.
Have you even been to prison? Sit down.
Fucking hell, that's so
It was in California. Like the one that's like south of here. That's not even like, that's like a level 1.
Until you have experience getting pinned up against the shower wall with your blood leaking out of your anus, you have no business talking to me, son.
You don't know.
Do you know how hard it is to not drop the soap?
I had to showers in full clothes. You don't know. That's how I survived. I know how to survive.
Whoa.
I can't do that voice too much. I just haven't done any roids, so I don't have I don't have it. I don't have the thing there to make that gravel.
That's because you wear a bra.
Listen to yourself. You're saying what you can't do. You have to say what you can do. Come on, sit down.
I can go have sex with a woman tonight.
There we go.
If she doesn't have Brazilian, if she doesn't have a Brazilian butt lift and triple D's, shut your fucking mouth when I'm talking. If she doesn't have triple D's and a Brazilian butt lift, then you're a fucking loser. You understand?
He did say that. He did.
Shut up.
Look at my pants.
Shut the fuck up.
He did.
Hey, Grid.
Yeah.
You got the R words, 2 R words in the chat that you highlighted. Can you?
Oh, yeah.
We're on YouTube. Please. Thank you.
Show me your belly button.
Lift up your shirt.
Andrew, show me your belly button. Is it an innie or an outie? It's an outie.
I was literally waiting for Andrew to pull up the corner of his shirt and show whichever firearm that he happened to be carrying at that point in time and say, all the muscle I need, bitch.
Well, you can't. That's illegal. That's brandishing.
All right. Yeah,
brandishing. You can't. It's brandishing.
Is that brandishing if you don't touch it?
Yeah, it's That's any form of perceived menacing would be brandishing. You don't pull out a gun or show it unless you're going to use it.
Yeah.
Ever. That's the golden. You know the golden rule. The only thing they're supposed to see is the bright flash.
Well, I open carry a lot, so that people
you
automatically
open carry?
know. Yes, I live in a real state.
Let me see your balls. Are they even shaved? Are your balls even shaved?
My balls are not shaved.
That's gay.
You even wax your grundle? Get out of here. Sit down.
If you put my dick up next to yours, if you take your dick out, If you put your dick up next to mine, take it. You're so embarrassed because you won't even take your dick out.
Florida is not open carry, but Tennessee is. And Tennessee is open carry or concealed carry with no permit as long as you're legally able to carry a firearm.
You know, in Arizona, I've seen people open carry too.
I'm sorry?
I've seen people open carry in Prescott.
Oh yeah, Arizona's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
They're almost as free as we are.
Wait, is Dyer on? If so, he should pull up this stream, and because if Dyer's talking about it, he was there, and I'm sure he's gonna be fucking laughing his ass. He thought it was hilarious.
I don't know who that is, so I can't link him. I can't send him a link.
No, you wouldn't send him a link. You'd actually pull his stream up on your stream, and we would just laugh at it. Yeah, that's
all right,
that's
that's
all.
even better.
Yeah.
No, it was great. I mean, I literally I couldn't actually understand initially why he stood up and said anything, and then I realized it was just that you mentioned a Bible verse contradicting literally everything he had just said. In one verse, you trashed his entire worldview, and it was a work of art, sir. Good job.
Okay, hang on. I got to read a Spyro poem, right? My favorite poems. Wes, I'll try to read it the Spyro way. Wes, the material man. While in prison, he took peen in the can. He fell to the floor and received like a whore. Got rated up and couldn't stop. Now he spurgs like a bitch, claiming to be rich. That's a good poem. It's a good poem.
Awesome. We'll put that up there. That's awesome, bro. We'll save that for posterity.
Yeah, sky's the limit. Yeah, he was in the crowd.
So what was interesting is like the entire viewers left of that deal seemed like it was nothing but grifters. The one guy, the Money Chain, he at least said, I advertised myself and, down there, and I don't know. And he was doing like business advice or something, but, or financial advice. The other two, they never even actually did say what they actually represented. I guess because if they tell you, they can't charge you for it because it's too common sense. And it's pretty funny.
But I made a lot of money, so buy my course.
Yeah.
So I can make more money.
Yeah, they're trying to be Alex Hormozy, and they just aren't pulling it off. So yeah, whatever.
How many people in the crowd laughed when you said Wes got raped in prison? The whole crowd. And I
it was hilarious.
They were laughing. It was audible how loud it was. It was pretty funny. And that's when I got the look from Fresh, like, dude, we got to throttle this back because this guy cannot control himself. He just can't do
it. That was unfortunate. I would have loved to see that. I'm sure the audience did too.
Yeah, like I said, they were coming over and laughing about it just nonstop, one after another. It was fucking hilarious. The whole thing was hilarious. I mean, ultimately, the only thing that was upsetting about it is I just kind of feel bad for Myron and Walter because they put that whole thing together, and I mean, people still enjoyed themselves. It's just that it would have been a better panel without that.
It did wonderful on Rumble.
I think that.
So I don't think it was ruined.
Well, I mean, I really wanted.
Yeah, that was really funny too. Talk about when Wes asked the crowd who would hang out with you. And a guy said, me. Shut up, Wes. Well, it wasn't just that. He said, would you want to hang out with these nerds? And the whole crowd was like, yeah.
Yeah.
And then one guy was like, I'd love to hang out with him. Shut up, Wes. It was super funny, dude.
Well, yeah, to Arth Rodia's question, did you get to talk to people in the audience? Yeah, they all actually came up and hung out with us after, for sure. So that was fun. And then, so everyone got together even after the event and so on. But he was the only one who scurried away with his little entourage, which by the way looked exactly like him. There's a couple other like shorter dudes with bald heads and beards who look angry surrounding this guy. It was the most bizarre thing. His entourage was so bizarre.
How many roids do you have to do to be that angry all the time?
A lot.
Well, you have to do them to the point your fucking hair falls out. So, I think that's a lot of roids, guys. Okay.
Oh,
The
man.
funny part is when they stop taking them.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that Andrew had been able to talk a little more, so he could have asked old Wes who groomed him in prison and if he felt used or anything like that. But we just didn't make it that far. Just didn't get there.
Yeah.
Well, I asked him if I said, let's have the debate right now. And he just shut down. The second I said, no, we can debate your worldview and we can do it right now. And he just sat there and shut up because these guys are never, you got to remember, they're never actually challenged on their viewpoint. Once it came down to that,
didn't he actually say something about how that he needed to be paid for it or monetized it or some crap like that as an excuse? I couldn't actually hear what he said, but you guys were there, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, he's got 583,000 fucking subs, gets 4,000 fucking video views. I don't believe any of these guys, bro. I don't believe.
Oh no, he's a fraud. He's a total fraud.
I think they're all fucking con artists, pieces of shit. So, but
his
look,
house is inherited.
I got to get rolling, and Jim Bob has to get rolling too because, well, I mean, we just don't like you, and you don't even shave your arms, bro.
I wouldn't like your arms, honestly. I don't do enough roids.
Yeah, I'm stuck in a bathroom, so.
Yeah, and are you shaving your arms?
Yeah, I'm about to.
All right, have a good night, Grid One. Take care, man. Thanks for having us.
I really appreciate it, Jim Bob.
Thanks for coming.
Back on another time, man. It'd be great.
Sure thing. Sure.
All right, thanks. Have a good night. You're messing with your screen. You can all see it. Hi. All right, that was great. That was awesome.
That was awesome.
Have everybody there.
You're welcome.
Poor Wes. Poor Wes, man. What a rough night for that guy, huh?
Poor Wes.
Yeah.
Poor Wes.
Poor Wes.
He made his own bed.
He sure did. The great thing about Wes was he didn't stop. He just kept digging, man. Wes is poor. I promise you that fucker doesn't.
Oh yeah, he is. His house is inheritance, and that's about it. Like he rents cars and goes and hangs out with like rich people.
Yeah,
he's got nothing.
All those guys are like that. All of them.
I'm pretty sure.
That's what I was talking about earlier, guys. You know, don't be taken in by these guys who talk all this shit because, and generally don't actually own anything. And I've watched this happen over and over again. You know, they show up in a nice car and all that kind of stuff, and they're just full of shit. And it's all rented or it's all, you know, leased or it's on loan from somebody that they know or they're whatever. You know, they made up some story about their car being in the shop, so somebody took pity on them and loaned them a nice car. But it's just typical California, Miami, you know.
Sorry, Mike Hart just asked, Josie, do you find Wes attractive? Another bad joke like that, and you get out of the door. And you don't let it hit you on the way out. Or that's double strike. One more joke like that, and you're out.
Okay. All right. But yeah, guys, it was great to have those guys here. I see some people hitting the door. Hey guys, if you kind of enjoyed our little repartee, I'm here. We will continue to be here for a little while.
And if y'all are hating on us, I mean, freedom of speech wants you to join and say it to our face. Otherwise, you can fuck off.
Yeah. I was, but that was great. I was actually going to get into that because I had just the whole episode with Wes was just terrific.
And they're just, what was he doing there? Like, how did he get there?
Well, I mean, you know, they invite people that, you know, well, all these YouTube guys will go anywhere to get in front of any crowd at any time. They just absolutely, they always will. And this is what happens, right? They do that. Drayvon, she is French Canadian, so the worst of both, right?
I'm obnoxious and dumb. Yes.
Yeah, she's the worst.
Obnoxious and dumb. Yes. Yeah.
So don't hate her too much. She's
I'm desensitized.
California. I mean, God, it's just all the strikes. Literally, they ran out of red flags with Josie. I'm sorry, it's just the way it is. You know, she's literally all of the red flags. But that's okay because she's
like
only
I cook.
On video. She can't hurt you. She's just on video. It's okay, guys.
I'm just AI generated anyways, so why does it matter?
Right. That's right. AI generated. That's funny. All right. Anybody got anything else we want to really like dive into before we change subjects completely? I take requests. I will talk about most anything, and you know. We'll dive down holes somewhere, but not Wes's hole. Somebody's already been there. That was funny. That was not funny. Whatever. All right. Yeah.
W.
You think accents are cute? Well, yeah, you think they're cute, and then you know all your money sucked out of your bank account. That's funny.
What's that? Josie is constantly under threat from who?
Jason Voorhees. Seriously? Friday the 13th, man?
I never watch scary movies.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't.
Again, all the red flags, Tolerant Cam. All the red flags.
You watch dumbass Hollywood scary movies and I have the red flags?
I didn't watch.
Please.
I just know about them because, you know, I ran a movie theater for a while. But, yeah. How many Friday the 13th were there? There were like 20 of them or something. I don't know. There were a lot.
Jabriel, you don't even shave your arms. Shut the fuck up.
That is going to be such a thing. Do you shave your arms, bro?
You shave your arms, bro.
That is going to be so hilarious.
You've got titties.
We occasionally get Democrats come through, more libertarians than Democrats, but we do get some Democrats run through.
Godless libertards.
They really don't last long. They don't like me. They really don't. And they don't like what I talk about mostly. But that's okay. Drink your... This is fucking...
Yeah!
Mute. That's fucking funny.
Yeah!
I've never shaved anything except my beard and special area. I don't need to know about your special areas, Luigi. My light is going psycho over there. I don't know what's going on with that thing. That thing just has a mind of its own. Maybe the battery is running low or something.
No, I don't watch scary movies because, like, the second that there's something that's, like, a little too intense, I can't sleep. And, like, it puts me in a really weird mood.
Guys, you don't realize this, but Josie is female. She's very emotional, fragile. Even though she acts tough, you know, we don't need her, you know, we don't need her spazzing out. No scary movies. No emotional roller coasters. None of that.
Damn.
We don't want any rage quitting. None of that.
God froze your camera as you were speaking, so I didn't hear anything you said.
Mine?
Might be better. Yeah.
Yours
you just cut the part where you were roasting me, and I don't know if that maybe that was meant to be.
Your camera's frozen now.
I'll see if it's on my end because I'm like plugged in on the Ethernet cables, so like.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm the AI generated.
You are frozen. AI confirmed. Josie is a delightful robot. These are awesome.
Thank you for the roses. You should see that NVIDIA eye contact Like they have like it's beta, but AR for like to not make you lose eye contact off the camera. It's so like I'll turn it on. It's so creepy. Like, is it gonna work though?
Yeah, I try, man. I try to get. Wow, you are pixelated, Josie. Are you?
Hold on.
You okay?
Pixelated? Hold on.
Oh yeah, yeah. Rafael Mendez. Hey, buddy. Thank you. I do try. I actually get accused of just roasting them for the fun of it, which is partially true, but really, I really just want them to. I really want to push back against the nonsense that they've been led to believe for their entire lives, and we don't need them hiding behind that. Let's see, this guy Ticky Tack, who is a computer guy, I believe, says he had the same issues you had. It turned out to be a power option configuration. Where the fuck that is?
Power option configuration. What do you mean? You see what it does?
Well, right now you look like 1920s home video.
Fuck you.
I'm just saying, you look like 1920s home video. Like it's bad. It's so bad.
I'll turn it off.
It's so bad. We can see a smile. I mean, that's good. You know.
What do you mean? It's
55K a year fax. Fuck, that's mean. Damn, that's mean. What? That is mean, guys. My gosh. Tiki Tack has a PDF he can send you. You'll have to communicate somehow. I don't know. She's Josie.
I mean, it's pretty clear on my Anna, so I'm sorry. I'm not sure it's me.
It's probably your upload, if it's clear on your end, it's probably your upload rate.
I'm plugged to the Ethernet cable.
Yeah, you're frozen again. If you have high internet usage in your area, it'll slow it down.
It's just me.
Craig M. Here's the deal, buddy. I do every Wednesday and Friday night at 8:05 Central Time. Now, right now that's Central Daylight Time, but Central Time. My son had his first school formal last night, so I had to do the dad thing, and I couldn't stream last night. I just wasn't going to get back in time, so that's why that kind of happened last night, and that's why I'm on tonight. I may make Saturday nights a regular thing because it seems like a nice little time frame, and nice clean air, all that kind of stuff. But
well, now you want to switch to Saturday?
I might do Friday and Saturday. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if I can do 2 nights. We'll see how that works out. Crap. And I'm constantly changing everything. If I changed the entire set since last week. I just, I'm always fucking with this thing. I'm just fine tweaking it.
We're doing it live. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It's a stupid wire.
It could be a bad cable. Grid One is Brian reached out to you on the Whatever podcast. Yeah, we talk all the time. He was on about a week ago. It's great. Josie actually has a really good short on her channel, which I don't have that short. I was not made.
I sent it to you.
Did you?
Yeah.
The Brian?
Everything. Yeah, every video that I make or every clip that I make, there's a file that you can access it. I sent it to you.
Oh, I must have missed it. I didn't know that.
It's like a drive.
It's really great, and Brian is fucking hilarious.
Brian's funny. I told you, Brian is fucking funny.
It's too bad. I wonder, somebody ping him on Instagram.
I'll text him right now. Hold on.
I can ping him on Instagram and make him get through here. Brian's fucking funny. He's he's actually a really, really chill dude. And it's very, very funny.
Yeah, no, I'll text him right now.
What is the time difference? Whole day difference here. Oh, dude, I don't know how you're gonna have to math that out yourself. That's it's above my pay grade, which is 0. I get paid nothing. So Tiki Tack sent you a message on Discord. Brian is definitely awesome. George, yeah. Mentioned grid on the podcast. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about it. And I'm actually talking about maybe sponsoring this show, and he would then promote my show as I kind of get it smoothed out, not quite as rough around the edges. I know that I'm not as polished as some, which is fine.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's not as, it's fine.
The thing is that, like, if there's a reason why people are canceling their cable subscriptions, it's because, well, first there's the money aspect, but also that people are sick of all that made up Hollywood planned stuff. It's like you can just watch stuff made by people you can actually relate to, and it's like so much better. So we kind of just wanted to not be so polished, you know what I mean? There's something cool about real stuff.
So whatever is better than those two shows, because Brian isn't trying to sell you anything. As a matter of fact, he's trying to keep you from buying OF content and taking out women that are just trying to use you for your wallet.
I'm sorry, no.
Yeah, he is. He is. Fresh and Fit are always trying to sell you something. Access Vegas is definitely trying. I mean, if they go a stream without mentioning the books, the world would end, because it would be such a momentous occasion for that to happen.
Wait, what did I miss? Did I miss something?
Whatever is better than F&F and Access Vegas, precisely because of Brian being funny. I don't think it's because Brian is I think he is funny, but I don't think that's why he's successful. I think he's successful because he's not trying to sell you anything. He's trying to prevent you from going out and buying OnlyFans and taking stupid women that don't like you on dates and wasting your money. That's
no. He wants you to spend the $200 on him instead of the OnlyFans.
I don't think that's.
Don't give me that shit if he doesn't want you to spend your money. How much you been spending on him?
I've thrown a few dollars his direction.
I mean, let's just face it. He's running a business. Like, come on.
Well, sure. I don't mind him doing that, but he's not trying to sell me anything. I'd make a decision to do that.
No, you just donate. That's even better.
Yeah, I don't.
That's not a product to sell. You just give and get nothing. That's even better.
I really don't need to. I don't really need to get anything out of it, other than my personal satisfaction.
That's why it's called "fuck you money," Grid. That's why it's called "fuck you money."
Yeah, I wish more people had "fuck you money." I'm trying to get my butt. The other night I was talking about how kind of making it my mission in life to make my buddy have fuck you money within 5 years.
You know what? I'll give. You can give me $200 every time you say "shut the fuck up, Josie." Every time, like.
Yeah, I don't know if I could do that. I have a lot.
It's like fuck you.
I say that a lot.
Shut the fuck up, bitch! You don't even shave your arms. Oh wait, I do.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, you do, yeah? Because
I do. So stay in your lane, Grid. Because I do.
Yeah. So.
See the smoothness.
I don't know that that's particularly useful. I mean, the number one thing about credit cards is don't fucking use them unless you really fucking have to. I can get into credit cards at some point. I use them, but they're the whole idea of gaming the credit card system is a mind fuck, because you're not gaming shit.
Yeah.
You're not gaming shit.
If you buy with it and like pay it off like right away, you can gain the points, but it's like it doesn't last forever. Like you kind of need to swap. Yeah.
It costs you money. You know that. So last year I spent I mean, this is, it's neither here nor there. That I spent a significant amount on my credit card. I basically use one credit card for all my daily purchases, and
I don't even have a credit score.
And I spent, I think my total spend this year on my credit card was $103,000. I paid it off every month, and I never really paid any attention to the miles or anything. I had 180,000 miles.
But you're telling me that your wife used to travel to like New York, or she still travels to New York all the time, and she didn't book her flight with like an airline?
Yeah, she didn't use my card for it, which is weird, but she should have, but she didn't do that. I think she does something with so I was using the Southwest Visa. I still do, but I'm switching to an Amex this year for my main card. And she was using an Amex for her main card.
She's got a black card?
No, just platinum.
Oh, just platinum. Okay, yeah.
Whatever the metal one is. Yeah.
What a queen. She's awesome.
But, it's well, we only use a couple of cards, and but I only use one mainly. At the end of the day, if you have, if you're going to spend actual money and you can pay it off, then that's great. It works fine. If you don't, then you can get yourself fucked in a hurry, man. Because what happens is what inevitably happens with most people is they get a credit card, and they get it for the low interest or whatever. Well, that interest rate will change or whatever.
Oh, you cancel it.
Or you don't meet the terms, right? You don't meet the requirements. And what will end up happening without fail is you'll charge up and you'll pay off. You'll charge up and pay off. And then you will, you won't pay it all off. And then you carry a little bit of a balance. And then the next month, carry a little bit more of a balance. And the next month, carry a little bit more of a balance. And by the time you're at the end of the year, or whatever, it's got this big balance, and your interest charges are just killing you. And it just becomes a vicious cycle. It always does. I mean, with credit cards, it almost always does. You have to be very disciplined with credit cards, and most people just are not. They just aren't.
Well, you see, the problem with me is that I have a card that like I can spend, but I don't have access to the account, so like I can't pay it back. It's like I can just swipe it and buy shit, but I can't put money in it.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know
it's sad.
Yeah,
because it's a promise card.
It's a what?
It's like a promise ring, but promise card.
No fucking clue what that is.
It's when.
This is funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, my shit is maxed. I mean, dude, it happens, man. I mean, I don't care how big your limit is, right? Like, I know guys with $30,000 credit limits on a card, and it's fucking maxed, and they pay off. So it started off like, well, I just put $4,000 or $5,000 on it a month. I pay my monthly expenses. I pay it off, whatever. And then, I'm going to go buy something this month, whatever, do something else. And at the end of the year, they're looking at, they're still paying that monthly $5,000 whatever spend that they budget for, but they can never actually dig into the actual main balance. And it fucks you every time, man. And
well, the interest go up at some point until you just cannot pay it off.
Yeah, you have to pay it off lump sum, really. And that's the same thing with home loans. People get fucked in home loans all the time. I mean, student
loans. Hello.
Student loans are the worst now, because student loans used to be student loans used to be backed by the government. So the government did away with that. And then banks basically had a free for all. And now with compounding interest, when we heard from Arthrodia earlier this week, you know, how she graduated her med school with, like, I think she said $240,000-ish in debt.
I believe it. Yeah.
And then, you know, within a year or so, it was $360,000 in debt because of compounding interest. And so she just started paying that shit off as fast as she could. And she did. She paid it all off. But most people, and this is where you have to be like super brutal with yourself. Most people do not have that kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Discipline?
Discipline. Yeah, that's it. Your screen's messed up again. It's you're showing us half of your screen.
Oh no, that's on your end actually. Because of the frame. Because like you split me in half. Like that?
No, there was a blue info box that popped up on your screen.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Totally cool, man. Totally cool.
That's my Streamlabs. See? That's
Streamlabs is, I'm still working on how to get all of the I'm still working on how to do all of the money stuff through Streamlabs so that you can
see?
Yeah, see? Yeah.
It's easy.
I have that. I have it to where it'll do that in the test box, but I haven't tried to run a stream through it. So maybe I'll do that on a daytime.
What do you mean to run a stream through it? Like to have people send super chats? You can't. Just stop wasting your time. You can't.
Can't do what?
You can't have the super chat, like how how it pops automatically like that with YouTube integrated, because you need the 10,000.
I don't do it through YouTube. I don't do anything through YouTube. I do everything through StreamYard, and then I go through Streamlabs when I use it that way. I need to do it.
But you don't. You use. I thought you used the Streamlabs software.
I do. I have. Well, I don't. I'm not using Streamlabs now. I'm just using StreamYard. I have it. I actually have the Streamlabs Ultimate or Ultra or whatever.
Yeah, the Ultra. Yeah, you can just set them up like that.
Yeah, but and it will work through StreamYard. I don't do anything through YouTube directly. That's why when I split streams, YouTube doesn't even know I'm splitting streams.
Don't stream through StreamYards. Just send it through Streamlabs maybe instead, and you just do that.
I don't like StreamYard that much. I don't like Streamlabs that much to directly stream through, because setting up the cameras and stuff is harder. It's easier to go through StreamYard first, and that's the way I think most people. I'm pretty sure that's how Brian's doing it, and I'm almost 100% sure that's how Andrew's doing it. So let's see. Remember when I remember when it take weeks for a credit card charge to go through. I remember when if you sent off for something, they would hold your purchase for at least a week while the charge went through. I do need a Mr. E. I'm actually talking to Mr. E about helping me out. He's in Canada land, which is as far away. And
what do you mean a Mr. E to help you out?
All the tech difficulties. Oh, I'm almost done with my tech difficulties. I haven't even got my sound. I think my soundboard's working. Hang on, let me see if this works.
It's not a tech difficulties. It's a time.
Is that, you guys hear that?
No.
Is that through? Not coming through?
No.
Oh, interesting. It's supposed to be coming through. Weird. Huh. I don't know. It's very funny. I do need a Mr. E though. I need to get my Stream Deck working again. I don't know. I did some fucked up shit. It doesn't work anymore.
Out of all the things that you could have, like, you know, improved, you went for the Stream Deck. Dude.
What's that?
Out of all the things you could have upgraded, you went for a motherfucking Stream Deck, my dude.
So the whole reason I did the Stream Deck was originally just because all I really need it for, and it doesn't even do it right, was to manage the microphone and a second camera. That's the whole reason I got the Stream Deck. But to manage a second camera, I have to use their fucking cameras, or I have to use a camera hub. And I was like, well, that's dog shit. Why do I want to do that? I want to fucking have it. I don't, it's not that I don't like their cameras. I just don't, it wasn't what I wanted to do. And I'm like, I'll eventually get around to making it fucking work, but that's dog shit.
You need OBS.
Well, OBS will handle, I mean, StreamYard will handle the second camera, but switching in between the two cameras, you need a Stream Deck for that. And it would work if I had all Elgato products, but I don't have, this is the only product I have from them. I have to buy a interface module thing to switch cameras and microphones and shit. And I don't give a fuck enough.
Yeah, no, that's why, but you can do it through OBS. You can do it through OBS directly. That's probably like...
I can do it through all of them. I can do it through StreamYard. I can do it through Streamlabs. I can switch cameras through there, but it's not, I can't reach over and punch a button and do it. I have to go into menus and do all kinds of shit.
No, but you can, there's a script to integrate the Stream Deck with OBS. I don't know about the other ones. I can look for it.
They do. It's integrated, but to control the camera,
to zoom and stuff?
No, to just go from camera A to camera B.
That's...
Yeah, you
we'll
have to
we can look into it. Like there's a way.
I don't even care anymore. I don't care about it, camera A or camera B. It's just when I go over when I eventually get the airplane shed set up, it'll be fine. But I don't care enough right now. Let's see. Arthrodia says, would be willing to bet that FNFit had affiliate links for those credit cards to make money up. Yeah, right. I mean, and I don't do any of that shit. There's nothing on the back end. If I tell somebody...
No, they actually don't, but...
You don't think so? Why would you think that?
No, they don't. Because I know. It's a fact.
Why do you think that? I mean, why do you...
I don't think that. I have a receipt. They don't.
They don't.
There's no, they don't have an affiliate program for Amex and all that shit. Like I'm on their Discord, I'm on their Castle Club. Like I never saw that. Maybe like the affiliate links. There's like,
I mean, I know you're a fan. I just don't put anything past people when it comes to making money over recommendations. It's just like there's a guy who does a YouTube channel, and I kind of followed him for a little. I didn't follow him. I kind of watched his channel a few times. It took me a minute to figure it out, but every card that he recommended, I think he got a kickback on from the people recommending it because he recommended it. And I don't know. It was really funny.
I mean, there's affiliate programs, but you need to disclose them.
Yeah. Let's see. Loaning money at 25-30% is insane. Yes. Credit cards are insane. Don't use them unless you can pay them off. Enough of the prattle. Was there ever a time I was in a position of desperation for whatever reason and praying to God paid off? All right, look, I've talked about this before. But I know that there's a lot of people who are new here, and you probably haven't heard it. So I will tell you that the entire reason that I am the way I am, and the reason I help the people the way that I help them in my personal life and in other ways, is because every time I've ever really needed help, there's been somebody there that has helped me and didn't ask for anything, didn't care that I was poor, couldn't pay them. None of that, right? Like that, and they just helped me because they could help me. The very low volume on the soundboard, I'll fix that. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I'll give you an example, and I've talked about this before. I don't know. So when I was in my 20s, I was dating this girl. She was really nice. We got along really well. We were talking about getting married, actually, and talking about buying a house together and all that kind of stuff. And she had an incident where she flipped a car on the interstate and nearly, she thought she was going to die. She didn't die. She got a little bruise on her hip. No big deal. But she freaked the fuck out.
Fucking women, man.
Right. And she went, in my opinion, she went nuts. I mean, she went absolutely crazy. She quit school. She started doing missionary work with, in my opinion, questionable group of people. Just all kinds of stupid shit. We broke up over this, and at the same time that I was going through all this, my buddy was moving out to Lake Tahoe. And I felt like I needed to change. I felt like I needed something needed to happen. Right. And, and for me, the best thing that could happen, in my opinion, was to get the fuck out of Dodge. And my camera just went fucking nuts. So I did. I got out of Dodge. I moved to Lake Tahoe, and I got out there, didn't know anybody. And my buddy that I moved out there with turned out to be a fucking jerk, which, happens when you're around somebody more than you normally are. And we just got to where we couldn't even be within sight of each other. So I was in a bad situation. I didn't have anywhere else to live. I didn't really know anybody else. I only knew a couple of people. And the only people I knew were in the Porsche club. And that was it. I didn't really know anybody. And, like really socially, I knew people at work and I knew people in the Porsche club. Well, I was just talking one night about it. And, I guess the ending of the story is that one of the guys in the Porsche club, I'd helped him out just a little bit with his car, and he offered me a room in his house. And I was like, really? I'm like, I can't really pay any rent or anything. I mean, I'm actually paying rent on my place up at Tahoe, and my life's fucked up right now. And he's like, no problem. Don't worry about it. I lived in that dude's house for about 4 or 5 months before I moved back to Tennessee. Never asked me for a dime. I did help him out a lot with some, car repair and stuff like that. His son had moved out. So I basically, that they had turned his room into the guest room, and I lived in the guest room for months. Never charged me a dime of rent, never asked for anything, never demanded anything. We went to events and everything. And his wife was cool, helped me out. And he didn't have to do any of that. Like none of it.
That's cool.
And if he hadn't, I could legit have been, on the street, or I could have gotten an argument with my roommates and, ended up with, some kind of weird charges or some shit, who knows this is how lives get fucked up, guys. This is exactly how your world goes from being okay to being not okay. And every single time I've had something like that happen, there's been something there that has saved my ass, and there's no explanation. That's why I believe in God. The real reason I believe in God is not because I've read the scriptures and I, all of that. There's no other explanation for my life. None. I crashed a car that didn't belong to me, a race car. It didn't belong to me. It was fortunate that it was me driving it, not the owner. The owner would have died. I did not die. I'm just.
Unlike Ken Miles, you didn't do that.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I like Ken Miles, I knew how to handle the car, and I saved the car. If it had been the kid that owned the car, he would have died.
But that's how Ken Miles died. You know that, right?
No. He and much like Ken Miles, I thought I was on fire. And it was a Formula car. So it basically, I had I'd crashed his car. I couldn't really pay for it. At that time, I wasn't particularly well off at all. And I had some engine work done by this shop in North Carolina. And in the discussion of it, I told him, I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm in kind of a bad spot. I need to find a fabricator that can help me fix this car. So I took it over there. I didn't know how I was going to pay for it. I didn't know anything, right, about how this was going to work out. I took the car over there while I was there. But actually, no, I left it there. They kind of started to kind of work on it. I came up one weekend to see how it was going, and basically, you know, just see how much they were going to charge me, right? There's a lot of money. The owner, you know, they hadn't actually really worked on the car much at all. So we basically had a really short conversation, and he really didn't give me any kind of pricing or anything like that. And he's like, "Hey, what are you doing this week? You know, what are you doing the rest of the weekend?" And well, I'm about to head back to Tennessee because we were in North Carolina. I'm about to head back to Tennessee. It's an 8-hour drive home. I'm just going to get started. He said, "Hey man, if you want, come to the track with us. You can hang out with us. You can, we've got hotel rooms available. Just come on, hang out with us." Yeah. Okay. So I've been racing for a while, and I've been working in racing, but they didn't know who I was really. They didn't know anything about me. We go to the track. I worked with them all weekend. At the end of the weekend, Dave comes to me and says, "Hey, do you like a job?" And I'm like, "Really? You want to give me a job?" And he's like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "You did great. Knowledge is good. All of that." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And he's like,
Isn't
"Yeah."
it crazy? Isn't it crazy that, like, out of all the things that happened to you, like, have you ever had to think, what if they're just doing that to get in my pants? Isn't that crazy?
Never. I've never even had anyone kind of like do something nice for me and then on a back end try and get something out of me or cheat me or anything. Maybe that's just my luck, but honestly, I 100% believe that because, and I chose early on in life to live a good life. I was not particularly religious, and I wasn't particularly, 100% Christ-like, but I was always endeavored to live a good life and be a good person. And I did believe in God. And I 100% believe that without those things happening that are so improbable, so unbelievably, ridiculously improbable, I'd have been homeless,
I don't think he would have been homeless. I think he would have figured it out.
Yeah, maybe. But,
because at the end of the day, it's your ability to fix your own shit up. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
maybe you fix your own shit up because you have the ability to connect with people.
Yeah, I mean, we can say
be
that.
a likable guy right off from the start,
Right. Well, there's that too. But again, being likable only gets you so far. No, nobody's going to just let you live in their house for free for months because you're a likable guy, right?
I mean,
like nobody would let me, when Dave gave me the job with the race team, I told him, I'm like, "Look, I just signed a lease in Nashville. It's going to take me months. It may take me 2 months to get out of this lease." I literally had just signed a lease. And he's like, "Hey, no problem. You can sleep in the shop. There's a shower in the back, and you can just do whatever you need to do. Set up a little room back there. It's fine. You can live in the shop. It's no problem." Do you fucking understand how crazy that is? We have literally probably $20 million in cars in that shop. I shit you not even a little bit. There was a 935 in there that had to have been worth $3 million all by itself. We had a real 934 from the factory with the and it was a street car. It had been delivered as a street car, had the aluminum matter cage in it and all the cool shit that I have no idea what that car was worth, but it was millions, like millions of dollars. And Dave just says, "Yeah, just camp out in the back. It's fine, cool." Don't worry about it. That is the kind of thing that just doesn't happen, but it did happen. And that's why I got to where I was. Now, obviously, on my end, I had to be willing to do those things, right? Like I had to be willing to work there. I had to be willing to work for basically no money sometimes to learn a skill or whatever. But all through my life, I really feel like that God was watching over me and has put people in place when I really, really needed them to be there and done things for me. So I hope that answers you, man. And I'll look at your situation. Am I looking for Mr. E to manage my brand, or I just need a tech troubleshooter? I'm not really sure what I need. So shoot me a DM, bro, and we'll talk. I don't know. Look, I'm not a professional YouTuber guy. I just I do this shit for fun mostly. But
usually people who offer that kind of stuff, they want to get paid. So you might just want to put it out front that it's like, yo, if you're willing to do it for free, like
I'm just doing this for free right now. So, and nobody gets paid. I don't get paid. Nobody gets paid. Yeah. So let's see. What do we got?
Yeah,
here?
and for the people that are just like, oh, like Grit's probably paying you a shitload of money to be there, like, shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Like, go back to your mommy's basement, bitch. Okay, please.
Yeah. I'm a
like
weird guy.
your dad fucking hates you. I'm sorry. Like, shut up.
During CDL exam on my 90, convinced I was going to point out and fail. No way I was going to save it. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. And
yeah, Brian says he's busy prepping for tomorrow.
Got it on. Hey, man. Sometimes, man, there are things that you just can't explain, man. There's no other explanation. It's divine intervention, whatever you want to call it, and and things. I don't believe in random acts of kindness. I believe that there's divine intervention and there's an order to things that when like when I met my wife, the best example of this is I did not date seriously for from the time I was probably 22, 23 until the time I was 35. For that over a decade, I'm not saying I nailed anything that moved, but I did not have serious relationships. I didn't want a serious relationship. I didn't act like I wanted a serious relationship. And I didn't date women that were looking for serious relationships. I've said this before. I had a girlfriend that wasn't really the right person to marry, but she showed me what the potential was. I decided, you know what? I need to get married. I was married within a year, more or less. And I truly believe that God sent my wife my direction, because I was doing online dating, right? Like not app dating like you guys have. You guys have it easy. I had, online, you had to wait for emails to come through. There was no instant messaging, all that shit. I specifically dated my wife because hers was the only profile that mentioned looking for long-term relationship and potentially marriage. Of all the profiles that I looked at or were matched with, if she hadn't put that in there, I would have just passed her right on by. Why would she do that? Divine intervention? Probably. So yeah, I think there's a lot of things, like C here says, yeah, a lot of times when he really needs some advice on something, pray and it'll open up to a random spot in the yeah. See that's good. There's a lot of things that you cannot explain. And Chip and Flint, your story, is really something that I'm not saying it's typical at all. I think it's a very special thing, and I think that you need to value that. So it's it's an interesting thing. Sorry guys, I'm just now scrolling down these comments. I know you guys have been commenting, and I just haven't been able to get to roll down through.
Yo, Grit, I'm gonna troubleshoot my router while you do that. Okay.
I'll go ahead. I'll just keep going here.
Yeah.
For a little bit. Yeah. Sorry guys. So Josie is having technical issues, so she will be right back. You felt sorry for Andrew? Are you fucking kidding me? Andrew had the time of his life. I felt sorry for Wes. That dude did not know what was coming. He did not expect that. He's probably never had anybody that's, doesn't have a neck beard stand up to him. And that would have been, look, Andrew's a man. He's a man. So yeah, Josie's off doing it for a router. But yeah, guys, seriously, and I don't make this a religious channel, but it's not because I don't believe. It's because I believe that everybody has a right to your own beliefs, and there's a I just know that God has intervened in my life when I most needed it, and I know it, and there's no other explanation for it, so I don't even try and come up with another explanation for it, and it is what it is for the way it is, and so yep. I hope that's enough of an explanation. And Chip and Flint, yeah, I mean, there are things, man, that you just won't be able to, that are explainable, but you explain them with that, really, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that, because, you shouldn't have been able to do it. And, yeah. There's good stuff. Yeah. Let's see. I believe in Tiki Tech says, believe in divine intervention. The past few years have been wild for me. It's only begun. Weird things. My path keeps going right. We talked about that. You were on the show, doing the motorcycle thing and potentially doing some racing. There's always something, And one of the things about being a real human being and being able to understand what goes on in your life and how you do everything is being able to come to the realization that no matter what somebody else thinks that you should do, you have to do what you have to do. And you have to do the things that make sense for you. And that voice in your head, it could be God talking directly to you. It could not be. It could be the other end of the spectrum. But if you just do good, man, I don't understand why it's so hard. It's so easy to do good. It's so hard for me to. It's hard for me to do evil things. Really. At the end of the day, I don't understand people that choose to do evil things versus just doing the right thing to start out with. Yeah, man, I'm always on the podcast. Actually, I'm not always on anymore. I don't know how many people know this, but me being on the podcast was like a luxury. Like, I had some time, I could watch it. And now I'm getting, that luxury is fading because I can't always be on that setup or that schedule. My day and time just doesn't work that way. It's a little easier now that now that Brian sort of shortened it down, but I still often I can't even be on for an hour, and I don't even know what's going on half the time because I have so much else going on with my life and other things that I do. But it was great to it has been great being a part of the podcast and being able to influence some things here and there. Let's see. Awesome, man. Thank you. It's great when you succeed in a goal, especially when you pass a test that is known to be hard, and you are rewarded for passing that test. Here's the thing about the racing subject. I need to bring it up. One of the main guys I wanted. Yeah, right. So things happen, man. I could have worked for many race car NASCAR teams. To be honest with you, I just didn't because I can't. I don't know how to explain this. It's not, it's not very glamorous, man. Working for a NASCAR team is it's not cool. It's not that cool. If you want to work for an awesome team, and if you want to get involved in racing and you want to go cool places, see cool people, and just have a great fucking time, I would highly suggest road racing and probably GT, like GT1, FIA GT3, any of the GT cars. And I say that because it's hard work, it's rewarding, but you will have some downtime and you will have some fun. You will never have fun on a NASCAR team on a weekend. It's brutal. And you guys probably don't know or even care about this, but back in the day when I was in Mooresville, North Carolina, and which is Race City, USA. It's where all the NASCAR teams were located. Now they're kind of spread out again, but they were all located there. And a lot of the NASCAR guys would come by our shop because it was so different, and we would contract with a bunch of them. And I never knew a NASCAR crew guy that was a fan of NASCAR. They may have started that way, but at the end, the only thing they cared about was if they got their bonus check, if the car qualified well, or if it led however many laps or whatever got them their bonus. That's the only reason I even watched the race, right? To see if the car won and they get a bonus for that or something. GT racing, sports car racing is different. It depends on the team, really. I mean, my team was work, man, but we also had a lot of fun, I think. The crew guys may disagree with me, and I ran very lean. I'm a different kind of guy. So if you want to be a crew guy, it's certainly possible to do that. It's tough though. It's very tough. There's no doubt, or there should be no doubt in your mind. It is not fun, and it's not something that you're going to. It's probably not something that you're going to like really enjoy for a long term. And most people don't do it, but just for a few years. And even the guys that own the teams are not, generally that happy. So NASCAR is cool. It's just not that cool. Spotters are overworked. They really are. They're all overworked. Everybody's overworked, man. You can't get away from it. It's just the way it is. There's I ran really lean, so I would have like most of the I ran in touring car mostly, and most teams would have 4 to 8 people for 2 cars, maybe 12 on some of the bigger teams. I had 2 crew guys and 1 car chief per car maximum. Usually I had one crew guy, 1 car chief per car. That's it. Mainly because we really didn't need any more than that. And anything, when you have a lot of people like that, not only is it a lot of expense, which I have to pass on to the customers, it's also a guaranteed way to have shit fuck up. You have too many people in there, shit's gonna get fucked up. And why would you do that? You're out there to win, and we'll get into that in a second. I want to answer this fellow. Shilly Monster 69, first live. Yeah, I mean, hey, I get that a lot, man. The super chats are fun. It's easy to come in and just zing somebody, and a lot of times I really just throw grenades and see what shakes loose, because the conversation will get really stagnant, or there's some bullshit that, behind the scenes, it's kind of, or not behind the scenes, but, where the girls are kind of not wanting to answer a question, or I think that there's something going on. And it's nice to be able to just throw a grenade and see what shakes loose. Was a typical profit margin on racing. Surprised to learn from podcasts, many businesses run on like 10% margins. Well, that's I don't know what it was for everybody, but I'll tell you how I ran. So I ran touring cars for a very specific reason, and that reason was the cars themselves were cheap, and I could build them myself at that time. Now they since changed touring car to where you had to buy from a manufacturer or from somebody that made the cars for the manufacturer, and then thus become a manufacturer themselves. But I built my own cars for the most part. I only bought a couple of them, and so we would buy the cars, build the cars in-house, and then go have fun. In general, if you were buying a car from Honda or which meant you were buying it from Real Time, or you were buying the Hyundai, which I don't know where they came from. I think maybe Reese Millen started that program, but he got X'd out pretty quick. You're buying wherever the cars came from. If you bought one, your typical touring car was about $100,000, $103,000, $104,000. Not super expensive, but not cheap either. My average cost in my touring cars, when we ran the RX-8, my average cost was about $28,000, $29,000 per car. When I went to the MX-5, they were about $30,000, $35,000 per car. And that included buying the car, putting the cages in them, all the safety gear, and then modifying them for racing with all the brake and engine stuff that we did. And I did all of that in-house. So right out of the gate, I have much lower cost. So then a race weekend broke down kind of like any other business interest. Hang on a second. So a race weekend broke down like this. Transportation costs to the track was, depending on where we went, and we were in Denver, so we were pretty central to everywhere. But we could almost always count on at least $2,000 in diesel fuel, about $3,000 to $5,000 on hotel rooms, depending on where we were going to be at. $800 to $1,000 in race fuel. The tires were for both cars. Tires were $9,000 for the weekend. I'm going from memory here. So race fuel was by the grand. Tires were about $9,500 because they were $1,500 per set, and we would use 3 sets per car for the weekend. So I guess it's $9,000, not $9,500. What else? Food. That's another couple of grand because you had to feed everybody. I mean, I figured I spent about $20,000 per race weekend, and I billed somewhere between 40 and 45,000 average, sometimes 50, depending on what track we were running at, that sort of thing. And then, of course, you had payroll and stuff like that. So probably I was running on. I tried to run on about a 50 to 60% markup margin, but sometimes it would get as low as about 35, 30, maybe 30%. But usually, if it got near 40% margin, I was pretty pissed off. Like a lot of shit had to go wrong for me to get into that range. But yeah, 10% margin is stupid. That's just dumb. That's grift. That's not fucking business. Let's see. Am I aware of the 70s? Yes, I am. I actually love racing in Australia. Racing in Australia is really cool. Yeah, you guys have Australian supercars, which is fucking baller. Enjoy the short track here in Huntsville. Oh, if you're in Huntsville, dude, I'm in Tennessee, bro. We're practically neighbors. You're probably less than an hour and a half from me. Everything is spec now, right? Yeah, I mean it got pretty crazy for me Speedway, yeah. Okay. False. 100% false, actually. I know because I worked with those guys. Let's see. Tiki Tack, one advantage for getting motorsports. Motorsports, no manufacturer restrictions at lower levels. Yeah, I mean, kind of, but not really. SVG? I don't know who that is. Who is that? I don't see SVG. Oh, or whatever. Let's see. Frank Dukes, Australia. Yeah. Why are people not making an effort to be good? Simple, really. They're not self-aware and they spend their effort on not being viewed as or feeling bad, weird, etc. It's very feminine behavior. Fucking winner. Right? You see all that right there? See that whole thing? That is fucking winner. That's absolutely true. It's also very true that men have become very emotional, much like women, to the point it's sometimes hard to tell the two apart. I will tease Josie about being emotional because she is, I mean, sometimes, but she is less emotional than many. The interesting thing about the whole thing is that women should be less emotional, and yet they never are and never seem to try to be. And when they do try to be, they fuck that up. But yeah, that's why I don't understand why people do the wrong thing all the time. I mean, they put no effort into doing the right thing, being a good person, helping people that when they can. And we can talk about that in a second. Shane von Gisbergen. I don't follow racing, right? So something else that's very strange about me is I don't follow any racing. Even when I was racing, I only followed the racing I was in, and I don't, unless I knew somebody racing, I didn't give a shit. The only reason I still follow road racing is because two of the drivers that drove for me are fucking killing it now, working for Turner, and they are badass young men. They kill shit. Middle Georgia Motor Park. You're wrong. Road Atlanta. Love Road Atlanta. Road Atlanta is awesome. And if you go a little south, you have Roebling Road in Savannah, and I love that track. That track is so cool. Fucking love it. So, yeah. Expand your horizons, Dusty Roads. Middle Georgia Motor Park. I don't know what that is. Is that a dirt track? Sound off. Let me know. Let's see. Unreasonable Man. Yeah. Well, all right. So the RX-8 was because it was rear-wheel drive and we were racing on slicks. That's a no-brainer. A front-wheel drive car on slicks is not going to be as fast as a rear-wheel drive car on slicks. It's just not going to be the same. The Challenger was ideal for me because it wasn't a Camaro or a Mustang, so it was different. And I had I guess I can talk about it now. So I had Brian Johnson, who's the AC/DC guy, the singer. So he was going to drive, and then I had some other guys that had famous stuff going on that aren't important, but they were going to drive, and we were going to run the car at Daytona in the 24, and then we're going to run it in World Challenge, and we're basically going to use the same set of cars in both series and just bounce back and forth. I would have made a fuck ton of money. I don't know if you guys ever seen that car. But that car was fucking badass. But unfortunately, Dodge sucks monkey nuts, and they backed a different team. I wasn't going to put my own money in and bring all of these cool people to the table, and I wanted Dodge to put some skin in the game, and they wouldn't, and they gave money to somebody else. So I said, go fuck themselves. And That's what happened. I didn't run it. And they didn't believe that I wouldn't run it. And I'm just one of those. If I tell you I'm going to do something, that's what's going to fucking happen. Want to make it? Yeah, I know. You actually seemed very calm the other night, and I appreciated that you dressed demurely and not like a 304. That always helps. RX-8, yes, it is an RX-8. SVG did Australian supercars, and now he's in NASCAR. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't follow NASCAR at all. Literally, I couldn't tell you anybody that's in NASCAR, especially. Roebling Road's still in Savannah. I believe, I hope. I love that track. I hope it isn't gone. Let's see. Look up Roebling Road. Still open, I think. Here, let me help you out. I'm going to help you. I like helping people. There you go. I helped you. Yeah, I don't drag race. We did a little bit of, I did a little bit of import drag stuff at one point in time, and then I don't do that anymore. Do I plan on? Nah, I don't have anything current. I have some footage somewhere from the Pikes Peak when we ran it with the Evo, and that was cool, but I just kind of quit. Yeah, it just wasn't that cool. I mean, still cool. It's not that cool. Let's see. What else do I get? Where am I at? There we go. Moved there, from there to Macon, and from Tybee. Okay. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Georgia. I know where Road Atlanta is, and I know where Savannah is, and Roebling Road, and that's probably the extent of my knowledge. Is it motorbike racing, or I don't follow motorcycle racing. It's not that interesting to me. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. I don't know about motorbike. I mean, I have motorcycles. I enjoy riding them. I'm just not into racing them. Just like I'm not into racing boats either. People think I'd be into racing boats because I drive my bass boat like a bat out of hell, but that's not my thing. It just is what it is. Let's see. I did run VIR. I love VIR. I've had pretty good luck at VIR. Most of my luck has been in not crashing, but watching other people have fantastic crashes there. Yeah. I mean, I can't say that. I just never watched it to start with. So road racing's all about road racing. I've heard that. I'm just not familiar with it. So go hang out at Roebling Road. That's a cool place. I've been to Circuit of Americas a couple of times. We raced there. We did a bunch of that. I don't know if I have any pictures. Let me see if I can. I have pictures of my car. Let me see if I can share a picture of my old Dodge, crappy Dodge, piece of junk. Yeah, I don't know if I have the right picture in this file. It may be the other file. No, there it is. All right, let's see. You guys, I'll show you a picture of my Challenger. don't get too excited. It's just a piece of crap Dodge. And but it's pretty cool for a while. That's the wrong one. That's Challenger brake caliper. Never mind. Stop that. How did that get up there? Let's go back to this. All right, try again. There we go. That came up. So that's at PRI show, and I think like 2011, 2012, somewhere along in there. We were on the floor, pretty close to center. It was cool. Dodge spent $10,000 to put that wrap on that car back in the day. That was expensive. So, yeah, that was one of my cars. The music group Rehab. Nope, I'm not familiar with that. That's probably like young person music, I'm guessing. I'm not up on all that. Yeah. Oh, I got Zoom. Here, I'll show you a Zoom. Give me a sec. I've actually one of my drivers took this picture, and he's a cool dude, but he's kind of a pill. He's a liberal, which I automatically made him a fucking pain in the dick. But he took some cool pictures, and he took a cool picture of my MX-5 at Mo Sport one year. Let me show that. I'll show that cool extra cool thing here. I've shown this picture before, so people have been here for a while. They've seen it. You guys haven't. That's my MX-5 at Mo Sport. You can see right here. You can see I don't know if you guys see my mouse on the screen, but there's the Grid and the One. Grid One. So Grid One is not actually my screen name or anything. That's actually the name of my company and shop and everything. And my actual, I didn't have a screen name per se. I was known by a lot of different things over the years online. But yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. Racing's an interesting career, interesting job choice. There's a lot of stuff that people don't realize goes down, and it's just different. There's a lot of stuff that in racing is its own world. It's its own language. It's its own everything. It's like any other sport. And one of the coolest things I ever saw was this deal with I can't think of his name. Steve McQueen, llama, makes this movie, and it's this woman there's a really famous scene where the woman's asking him why he does it or whatever, and it's kind of bitching him out a little bit, and he says, racing is life. Everything else, everything in between is just waiting. Racing is life. And I really felt that way for a long time. I didn't, and again, I never really had an adult job, and I never wanted one. And I think that for the most part, I really admire people who do have adult jobs and can do that kind of thing. But it's not. I don't know. It's just different, right? It's just different. You guys that have been here and not, I'm dropping users like flies because I'm not really talking about interesting, cool, radical stuff. I'm talking about stupid race cars. And, it's cool. We're starting to kind of drag on a little bit. I was waiting on Josie to get back before I launched into anything really super sweet or interesting or cool. But I don't know if she's gonna make it back. Yeah, race car drivers are made. They're not born. I used to think that, but I can make anybody a race car driver, honestly. You may not be a winner, but you'll be a driver. Yeah. Who wants to spend 8 hours? This is fucking funny. This is great. Who wants to spend 8 hours a day in a cubicle? Nobody. That's why people do cool shit like being an electrician or, fucking around doing awesome stuff. There's at the end of the day, man, you got to do what's financially right for yourself, and sometimes being in a cubicle's right. So I'm curious how many people have supported the patriarchy today. I always actually wanted to ask that. And it seems like we got some patriarch type dudes in here, and probably a few ladies still as well. So I'm very interested. How are you guys feeling about the patriarchy today? Being married is an adult job. Fucking A, it is. Yeah. My wife is awesome. I will never complain about my wife. Josie, it's all good. I can ham it up. Bring back the patriarchy. I don't think the patriarchy ever left. I think that there's a group of people out there that really want people to think that feminism has won and is winning. But I always I push back on that because I guess maybe it's just the world that I surround myself with. I don't see feminism succeeding in most places. Now, obviously it succeeds in schools, right? Our schools are poisoned from kindergarten all the way up into college. We're not winning that. We're not winning in school. So obviously that's an L. But I just, guys, I'm telling you, man, I have tons and tons of people that I interact with where the women are actual women that act like women. I know it's weird. It's so strange, but they act like women and they do not try and belittle men, and they don't feel the need to make fun of everything men do and act like everything women do is awesome and doesn't suck. It's very interesting. It's very cool. It's very interesting. But now I'm in Tennessee, as I mentioned earlier, which is historically a very good state to be in, where, I feel for people in Florida and California. I'm 53, brother. 53. I know I don't really look 53, unless, you go over on Josie's podcast and they, there's a couple of people over there that were really surprised that Grid 1 would look like me. I don't understand. What do people think I look like? I literally tell people I've been married for 18 fucking years. What do you think I look like? Anyway, the U.S. has shifted in a lot of places, but I think that there are still, the majority of the U.S. is still real. I look at California, Miami, New York as just fake as fuck. So stay away from Memphis. You're damn right, son. I don't even, as a Tennessean, I barely claim Memphis. If it wasn't for Elvis and the blues, we wouldn't claim Memphis. We'd give that to Mississippi or Arkansas. Guaranteed. Andrew's back to save the day. Hey, Andrew, how are you, buddy?
Good. We're just listening to this coverage of this by Jay Dyer. Pretty funny.
Oh, yeah?
It's pretty funny. He's going ham on this bozo. So, but there was something there. This was, the Bozo West.
He should.
But anyway, there was a part there that I didn't see. I didn't note it. But right at the beginning of the exchange with Jim Bob, and he starts freaking out.
Yeah.
He says, man, I'll just fucking dip, bro. I'll just dip. I don't give a fuck. I'll just. So he basically.
Say that. I thought you knew that. You didn't know that? Oh.
No, I didn't notice that he had said that. Yeah. Yeah, he was like, I'll dip. He's like, I'll dip right now. I'll just dip out.
Yeah.
What a homo, dude.
The amount of L in that dude can't be measured by conventional means. That dude had just solid L all over the place. So
he was going to rage quit right in the beginning.
Oh yeah, he was like 10 minutes in. Wasn't even 10 minutes.
Yeah, he was going to rage quit right away. That's pretty funny.
I thought only women did that.
See, if I had caught that, I would have pushed way harder, dude.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the reasons why I thought that you knew that, and that's why you backed off. I thought that you were told to or whatever. It's
well, I mean, they did tell us to, but if I had known,
you're your own man.
If I had known he was that close to it, I would have.
This is fucking funny. I love these guys in the audience tonight, man. I will rage quit my way back to jail. Prison. It was prison, bro. It wasn't jail. It was prison.
Oh yeah, no. I noticed some of the names in here.
Yeah.
But
awesome.
The Crucible crew is great, dude. They're fucking the most brutal yet fair-handed chat on the internet. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think of the temporary background until I move over into the airplane shed?
Every day. Yeah. Every time I tune in, there's a change.
Dude, every day I work on it, man. It may be a little bit, it may not be a lot, but every day I work on it.
What's interesting is that I also noticed that your audience is growing.
It is. So, it is growing. It's slow.
Just like I assumed it would, right?
Yeah, it's slow, but it's okay.
Well, here's the thing: it's always a snowball, bro. You hit these little markers that snowball to these next markers. So it goes, 40, and then it's 60, and then it's 100. It's, just keep working at it, dude. You got the nice thing you got going for you is you got friends who've got, good sized audiences that we can direct your ways. As your show gets better, people watch more and more. Trust me. Yeah, there's nothing good on the internet anymore.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm not actually on the actual internet that much anymore. What's interesting is that I literally every show I say that how I'm really appreciative to you, and I actually keep you and Brian in the description to go check out your both of your.
But thanks for constantly forgetting to put me in the description, bro.
You're in there. Don't bitch. See,
all right.
That's a woman thing to do, to assume that you're not in there. So let's just step back and calm down.
I'm just giving you shit. Hey, I shaved my arms, okay?
The patriarchy has rejected you.
But y'all don't even shave your arms. What are you talking about?
I shave my arms. I'm a real man.
Fucking real man. That's so fucking funny. It's interesting. It's so interesting that I can't believe a grown ass man said that on fucking camera, bro.
I was like, hey, wait, I shaved my arms. I'm like, oh wait, I'm a chick.
well, after having looked at this guy's go offs on his different streams, where he's going off on these different people who order his little fucking program or whatever, very clear to me that he's essentially never gotten any pushback on any of this ever. So the second he did, he was just struggling the entire time. He didn't know what to say. So he looked over, he was talking shit, and then we hit right back, and he didn't know what to say. You know what I mean? So these people are like that. They choke. The second the worldview gets applied to pressure, they fucking choke, dude.
Oh, right. Absolutely.
They choke. And it's funny because all those millions of dollars, right? All the Bugatti, all the everything, that doesn't prevent you from fucking choking.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't stop you from
Million
fucking.
dollars.
Yeah, you can pay $3 million and like fucking prevent your worldview from you choking. Yeah, pretty funny.
He needs more millions.
Yeah.
He needs many more millions.
He doesn't have any. Like, he ain't got shit. Like, he's
Well,
fake.
I know that, and you know that, but apparently he doesn't know that.
Sometimes this shit becomes so puritanical. No drink, no smoke, no fun, no, it's all work. And I'm like, dude, you're fucking. Wait, you want the male suicide rate to keep going up, or you know what I mean? Like camaraderie and unwinding and having a good time and having a beer and having a smoke, shit like that. It's like that's a nice way to unwind with people. You know what I mean? This just constant barrage of just like perfection, always be doing more than you were doing, no matter what. It's like, no, there's also a time where you need to take a break, and fucking relax, back off. You know what I mean? That's just as good for you as the alternative of working hard. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to take a break too. And it's like, I wish I'd hear some more of that too mixed in. You know what I mean? But to me, that shit's just common sense. Burnout is a real thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever been burned out, but I've watched people go through burnout so much, man. So much. It's crazy.
Well, you probably were able to prevent it by taking some R&R when necessary. You know what I mean?
I think there's some mindset to it too.
Well, it's all about balance. It's not about who can work the hardest or who's the laziest. Is who has the best balance. Who manages it better.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I think nose to the grindstone's good. I think most of the time you should always be improving. You should always be moving forward. But I also think that you got to have some kind of temperance, something where you're like, you have some way to unwind. It is like these guys are sometimes so set in, and you see them burn out as they go. You're like, every day, gym, 9 o'clock, followed by this, followed by that. That's the routine, no matter what. There's no deviation. And it's like, dude, that's good to develop good habits. There's no doubt about it. It's also good to fucking unwind, man. You know what I mean? Relax. There's room for that. But I guess the alpha male is relaxation.
I've always felt like that if you're getting burned out, it's probably because you're spending too much effort in wrong directions.
Yeah, well, there's truth to that too. But the question is not, the question is like, you've taken vacations with your wife, right? The kids.
Yeah. So after I got married, I did. Yeah. I didn't take from when I started college until I got married. I never took a vacation ever. But most people would argue that my job was a vacation. I was going to racetracks and shit. I didn't have an adult.
Oh yeah,
job.
So it was a rough life. Life.
I never had an adult job. I didn't want an adult job, and I got exactly what I wanted. So Tolerant Cam, who I'm actually starting to really like this Tolerant Cam dude. Wes is proof that all prisons are women's prisons, filled with overly emotional folks who can't control themselves.
He ain't lying.
Well, that's why they're in prison. They're in prison because they have no impulse control.
Right. And we were, I posited earlier a question.
It's like I'm walking with Jim Bob down the street, and I just want to punch him in the fucking face, but I'm not going to because I have impulse control.
Well, and Jim Bob's a good guy. So,
yeah.
There's that.
Plus, he's kicked people in the face before. So
if I knew
I'm fucking going to jail again. I'm going to jail right now.
That's where I do my learning.
Plus, you don't pick a fight with a guy who purposely shaves his head into a mullet for a massive live event. Like, that's just hilarious, dude. He's just like, fuck it. I'll just shave my head in a mullet just for the fun of it.
Golly.
He got caught into one fight for like all the time that he supposedly was in jail, and it was just like some hit that he took because he was at the wrong place at the wrong time, but he was never involved into any prison fights.
Well, it's funny when I talk to these guys who have done long stints, because there's plenty of them on the internet who can talk to you about that. It's like,
Yeah.
most of them say the same thing, which is, if you mind your own fucking business, like, you don't have to join gangs. You don't have to do that kind of shit. You can just mind your own business and read books, and people will leave you alone. They only bother you if you come in and you know, it's just like you go into anybody's house and you walk in and start talking shit. You get fucked up, right? That's the way it works. So, yeah, I remain unconvinced. I remain unconvinced as to the authenticity of these stories.
I'm convinced that it's unconvinced.
Yes. Well, I'm unconvinced. You're convinced.
You're convinced that he's a dumbass.
There you go.
Well, I remain convinced of that, but I'm unconvinced about the rest. I also remain convinced that Jim Bob had him on the threshold of rage quitting, and if I had heard that he said, "I'll just dip," I would definitely have dug in a little harder if I knew that we could have made him rage, because we were that close. Jim Bob, why didn't you tell me?
I just want to know, like,
going easy.
how did
Rip his shirt off.
Yeah, he would have pulled. He would have, dude. If we could have gotten him to rip his shirt off, that would have been.
Savage Hulk
See,
Hogan.
your shirt.
Do you know how many dudes have taken their shirts off on the Crucible? It's fucking insane, dude. Jim Bob's had 2 debates with guys who've taken their fucking shirts off.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm not kidding.
Damn.
Because he'll be talking. He enrages them so badly that they're like, "Oh yeah, just look gay." They'll take their shirt off and start flexing at him and shit. And Jim Bob's like, "Yeah, that looks pretty gay, bro."
Yeah.
It's pretty funny, dude.
Right?
I have never in my life felt like taking my shirt off to get in a fight. What's up with that?
Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. This is multiple times that this has happened, where he's been debating with someone and they've become so enraged that they take their shirt off to own him.
Then they have the audacity to complain that women are emotional, then they be acting like that. It's like, I thought toxic masculinity was some feminist made up bullshit until I saw this guy. And I'm like, maybe that's what it is.
Wait a second. You say, "Oh, well, how can you say that, women, blah, 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 blah," when guys are acting like this? But it's like, yeah, we call them women. That's how we insult them. We're like, stop acting like a fucking woman, right? That's how we
More like a
insult
fucking
them.
bitch in this case.
Drunk guy on a bike. Drunk guy on a bike.
That's the right way to go.
Yeah. Oh, I'm very self-aware. I'm like, I'm not even denying it.
Almost got ran over by a car. Let's go.
Try not to kill Jim Bob. I need him to come on the show. He's funny.
Well, we just almost watched a guy die just a second ago. So
Yeah, don't do that.
yeah,
It's Miami.
he almost got hit
They're
by a
all on
car.
track, so just keep that in mind. You're Miami.
Jim Bob's got too much energy tonight. He's like, "Let's go for a walk," and just walking around, people falling over, just getting fucking hit by cars and shit. It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
You
But
guys didn't
anyway.
feel like going out in the nightlife of Miami?
No, we did a bunch of shit today. We got a fishing trip tomorrow.
Nice.
It's rough. It's rough over here, Jim Bob. It's rough over here. That fishing trip tomorrow is going to be the roughest part of the trip, I think. It's terrible.
Depending on what bimbos you get on Monday.
No, that'll be the funnest part. I reckon the fucking skanks on Fresh and Fit will be like, that's the fucking jewel of the job.
I mean, that's gotta be a blessing to be on Rumble and just be able to let it all out.
I'm a fan, yes.
Yeah. Because,
Yes,
I mean,
I'm a
that
fan.
episode with that chick with the red hair, you guys were hilarious.
Yeah, that was funny. That was But that's why it was their number. It
You're
was
a
their number one
fucking
rated
F.
their number one rated show of all time.
Yeah,
So
that was super
that was-
funny.
Yeah, it was good. But anyway, I'll let you guys go. I just popped in again. Congrats, good one. I'm happy to see your growth. And
Yeah, man, I'm glad that you popped back on. It's always fun
Yeah.
time to get around.
yeah, no problem, man. I'll see you.
Yeah.
Have a good
All
one.
right, man. You guys
Ciao.
have a great rest of your night. Don't get in any trouble or get arrested. So, oh shit.
Don't end up in jail.
Yeah, don't.
Don't get in jail. No, he's not a groiper.
I don't know, man.
He's not a groiper. Give me a break.
I don't know. Hey, you don't want me on that jury. So, yeah, I'm just saying.
What did you say? Sorry, it cut off.
I said you don't want me on that jury.
What's a groiper, anyways? Not sure.
Actually, I don't remember now exactly. I mean, it's like a.
I just know that, like, the Nick Fuentes of this world, Nick Fritos.
Yeah, isn't it like? Oh, never mind. I don't know that. That may be too close to TOS.
Oh.
Never mind. Never mind.
Never mind.
Yeah. Yep. It's always interesting how people won't take your advice, though. I got my buddy that was dating that really fake chick that has been giving him
your beeper is still on, by the way. Your ringtone.
My phone, yeah. Well, it's been really good. It hasn't barely beeped, but yeah, I just realized.
No, it had a few.
Have I? I'm not.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, got it. My kid's credit card got stolen online because he went to some questionable website to buy some whatever thing, and of course I canceled it, but whoever has it still trying to use it, and it's really funny. They're like fucking Eastern Europe or some shit.
Of course it is. Côte d'Ivoire.
And it's always like, I forget where it is, but it's always like some weird shit, and for like a very small amount of money, and they're trying to see if it's active, but it will never be active again. And I still get updates on it for whatever reason. Yeah. Yeah, it's anyway, that's pretty cool stuff. I'm glad Andrew popped back in. Andrew's like, he's on it tonight. He is.
Yeah, Brian said he's busy prepping for tomorrow, so.
Yeah. Brian's always busy. He never has time until Wednesday, Thursday he has time, but between now and Tuesday he will have no time because it's all show prep all the time.
Yeah.
It's my buddy. I've tried to help him out. Like, talked about him a couple of times. I'm trying to help him out with this stupid girl he's wrapped up in, and he's not really undoing. He's not unwinding that, and now he's. I got him I found him a really nice car to buy, and he bought it, and everything's great. And now he's like, well, I want something else to drive. Put miles on the car, blah blah blah. And I'm like, dude, just.
Because he put miles on the car, that's so dumb.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, who cares? Just drive it. It's a reliable car. You get back.
What car is it?
He has an F-Pace just like mine. He got a little bit better deal on it, and actually he got a little bit worse deal. So he's it's lost some value. It's fine, but he's just like has this thing. He has like car ADD anyway. And he's like, oh, I just want to change.
Oh, please don't say stuff like that. It infuriates me.
He's like, I just got to change cars. And I'm like, dude, just I'm like, well, I've got this Miata, and you can, I'll sell it to you pretty cheap. And he's like, oh, it's too small. I've got to carry my hockey stuff. And I'm like, dude, it's got a trunk, right? like it's, yeah, sure, it's only 2 seats, but it's got a trunk. I'm like, and it's super cheap on gas and everything. But I think what he actually or what he's talking about is I think he's still wrapped up in this chick, and he wants a cheap 4-door because this chick has him wrapped around her little finger, going around and picking up her kid different places and doing all, he's just getting taken advantage of, and that's why he needs a 4-door, or he says he's looking for a 4-door.
I mean, maybe he wants to do Uber.
No. But he's trying to, and he's like coming up with all these fucked up cars to, like, if you want a beater, buy it. If you want a beater, if you want something to just save money on, buy that. Like, don't be a dumbass. And like, he's suggesting like a Subaru STI.
Oh my god! Like, no. Plus, they're kind of boring.
Well, I mean, they're fast, but they're turbo, but they break like every fucking week. A Mazda Speed 3, and he's like, oh yeah, those are kind of cool. And I'm like, but they bad engines. I'm just telling you, they do. And because they're a direct fuel injection. And it's a kind of a bespoke engine, and there's not a lot of parts out, and all the parts are expensive. I mean, why would you fucking do that, right? Like, I'm trying to help this guy out, and he just keeps I get it. I get it. He wants a fun car to drive, but he has to get back and forth to work. He has to, he needs to live in the reality of the situation, and that is, and I'm about to fucking lay into him about it too. Probably call him tomorrow and just fucking lay into his ass, because here's the thing: if you were in a position like he got himself in, for you guys that haven't heard this, I have a friend of mine. I think he's like 36, 38, somewhere along in there. He gets involved with this girl. She is attractive. I will give him that she is attractive. He thinks that she's out of his league. I'm like, dude, you are ripped, bro.
Like, friend simp for chick that takes advantage of him. Long TLDR.
I'm like, you're ripped. What the fuck? And but she's got fake tits. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure. And they just keep going back and forth and all this stupid shit. And she has him wrapped around her little finger for some fucked up reason. I don't know. I have no idea what it is. So like, I'm leaving her, and then he's back with it. And now I find out that he's got the apartment that she's in, he's on the lease. I think he's the only reason she could get the lease for 9 more fucking months. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
But like, I mean, he's a grown ass man, though.
He is a grown ass man that got himself in this situation. I'm like, you were dumb as fuck to go into a lease with this bullshit, knowing that this is how this woman is. So, I got him into a good job. I helped him out with a bunch of shit. I all this stuff, and he's digging his way back out.
Yeah, as long as it's coming from him,
About to fuck himself in the ass again, and get he's got a perfectly reliable car that's reasonable on fuel, reasonable insurance, everything. It's all fucking. It's like he's in the butter zone. He gets him to work every day. He has no problems, and he's about to fuck that up for the stupid bitch.
Well, because she wants him to go pick up the kids and he
I
can't
think
pick them
so.
up.
I think that's what it is because he's at, he's talking about four-door cars, and I'm like, fuck. I mean, there's only one reason a single dude buys a four-door car, and that is some woman wants him to pick up her kids.
I mean, that could be the size too, but I mean,
I'm being a little facetious. I'm being a little facetious. He ought to get a truck. He ought to keep his Jaguar SUV that he's making fucking payments on, and not fuck himself and have to come up with cash out of pocket to make a deal happen, right? Because he's probably upside down. He should not do that. And then just keep paying on it, pay it off, and then you can sell it for whatever the fuck you want.
And why not get a fucking like Toyota RAV4 or something if he really wants like something? But no, he needs a fucking Jag. What for?
Because Jags are better than Toyota fucking RAV4s.
Yeah, but they're cheaper. Like, you know what I mean?
Do you think so?
I mean, you want a four-door. Does he really need a Jag out of all the four doors?
I think he paid a year and a half, 2 years ago. He paid $28,000 for that F-Pace. I guarantee you that a RAV4 would have been as much.
Bro, you can go on Craigslist and buy like a Honda Civic from somebody directly for like $5,000. Like, come on, you know this. He doesn't need a Jag, like.
But the Jag is actually the cheapest thing he could have. I think his payments are super cheap. Like that's literally like,
oh well.
You know, that it's not like it's $100,000 car. He paid $28,000 for it.
You know, I just gave up on people like that because I kind of realized that there needs to be
I mean, there is this
something to gain out of a friendship with somebody, and if they keep on taking and never giving back, at some point you just gotta.
He never really takes. I mean, you know, he never really takes, and he's. I will say that he has never actually helped me out a bunch, but I've helped him out a lot.
You know, if the only thing you get out of him is the satisfaction of helping somebody out, sometimes maybe it's time to, you know, maybe reconsider, you know, because those people are energy suckers, man.
Yeah, I don't allow those people around. But I told him the other day, I'm like, dude, you gotta get your shit together. So I actually have the exact same car. He actually bought his car because of mine. I have the exact same car. That Jaguar is like ridiculously reliable. There's like all new cars. If you are not aware of this, by the way, do not go by manufacturer's oil recommendations for anything newer than 2010. Every single one of those motherfuckers, to pass emissions, they're using 0.20 weight or 520 weight oil. 20 weight is too light for all engines. There's no engines that run on 20 weight and live. Honda has had to replace a bazillion fucking engines under warranty. Kia's the same way. And Subaru is fucked themselves too. So use real oil if you have such a vehicle, because that's important. I have an F-Pace, and I actually noticed the other day that I took it to a different place to get the oil changed, and a friend of mine runs it. And I noticed they put the fucking 0.20 in it. Now I got to get that changed out so that my engine will last longer than most people's. But yeah, be smart about your cars, folks. Be smart about them, or at least try. I mean, at least put some effort and thought into it. But yeah, Jaguar really did actually step up their game once Land Rover bought them back, which Land Rover, you know, had a bunch of technology from other companies. But the 4-cylinder turbo and the F-Pace and the fuck is that thing? The TF, I think. The midsize sedan, those are fucking baller. They just don't quit. Land Rover's had trouble with the turbos in them, but Jaguar doesn't seem to be affected. I don't know why. Who the fuck knows? Nobody knows. Land Rover apparently eats turbos on their Evokes and those kind of things. So, but anyway, enough car nonsense. I'm sure I'm boring the fuck out of everybody. Yeah. Anybody got anything else they really feel like they just burning issues they need to get off their chest, or want some trouble you want to start? Anything like that? Taking comments from the Peanut Gallery. That's you guys in the chat. Peanut Gallery. Didn't know that.
I could just say that if it's sad.
Uh-oh.
It's not because I'm great. It's because your threshold is so low.
Do what now? Is it you broke up there? I didn't.
Sorry. I said if people in here. What did I tell you the other day? My God. Or was it yesterday or 2 days ago?
I don't know.
It was kind of sad that. Let me check the.
In the chats.
Woman. Oh yeah, because somebody in the chat says like, "What's up with Grid?" I was like, Grid is a high value man, but because of the high quality woman around him.
Yeah, we needed to talk about that earlier. That was, but you had to log off. I did want to talk about that because I didn't what exactly was said and all that. Or if you can pull it up, that'd be great.
Oh no, it was just somebody because Melissa was there and you were talking about your wife too, and it was like Shadow was like, "Is it me or like Grid is surrounded by high quality women?" Blah blah. There was some other stuff, and that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, the high value man also is judged on the I guess something to the effect of it depends on like your status relying on the women around you. And it was like, well, look at Josie, she's a high quality woman, his wife is a high quality woman. Look at Melissa, is like a smart, beautiful anesthesiologist, like he's got a bunch of high quality women around him. I'm like, if I'm a high quality woman, your threshold's low as fuck.
I mean, there's an interesting thing about that, and that is that I've never allowed stupid women or fake women to really hang out with me at all. I just
besides me, I guess.
I don't know.
Sorry,
that you're
self roast.
Yeah, self roast. I don't know about that.
See, I roast myself before anyone can.
Yeah. It's just it's an interesting deal because I get a really good sense of people, and I really have no tolerance for people that are going to be like that are just going to be terrible. And so I won't allow those people to even talk. That's one of the reasons why I don't have 304s on the show. Because why would I waste my time? I don't want to talk to people I don't even enjoy talking to people like that. I won't talk to them. Even in my daily public life, I don't talk to them. I just have better things to do with my life and my time. And I think that if more people were that way, these women would just not have, the foothold that they seem to have. But obviously we have a lot of weak men out there and everything else. But at the end of the day, I just don't do it, man. And it may be why. And I have had people comment before that it seems like I don't have any I don't have any other women in my life, right? Like other than my wife. And I'm like, well, why would I? I'm a married man. I don't.
But even that, it's like other women in your life, and like in what way? You mean like acquaintances or people that you do talks with, or I don't know, like forum servers or, you know,
I mean,
a shop. I don't know, you know?
So I interact with, I personally interact with very few women. And it's a very clear dynamic, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm a married dude. Don't say anything inappropriate, or I just don't. I'm not going to talk to you. And in my in daily life around, I talk. I tell you how bad it is. I had a friend who our sons are in Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts. Have been in Boy Scouts now together. His wife was going to do some work for me cleaning up one of the rental properties, and he literally asked me, he's like, if it's okay, I'll have Buffy call you, because the vibe I put out is he needed to call me and he could talk to her. I don't want to talk to his wife directly. That's his wife.
Yeah, no, I totally, yeah, definitely.
Right. And I just don't do that. And he knew that, and he was like, hey, if it's okay with you, could Buffy call? And I was like, yeah, sure, Buffy can contact me. Everything's above board. But it's that dynamic. It's that it's just what I put off, right? And nobody, nobody questions it, I guess.
Right? Yeah, it's just a boundary.
Yeah, it's a definite 100% boundary that I do not cross, and I do not let other people cross. There's not, people don't come by my house when my wife isn't here. That's just not, her friends don't come by if she's not here. Ain't none of that. There's zero of that stuff. And I think that we've all gotten really too comfortable overall with that kind of dynamic. Like there's no realm in which that would be okay in my life. Now my wife is very good about, she has to, obviously she interacts with various men in work, right?
Yeah.
And but with her, there's a very distinct limit of what she will talk about.
Yeah,
yeah. It's like, it's very clear. And she's actually supremely awesome in her ability to make it not seem like she's got this hard line, but everybody knows it's a hard line. Does it make any sense? And none of them think of her as like this bitch that just won't talk to people. It's, everybody thinks that she's awesome, she's super friendly, all of this stuff, and she is. But there are lines that you don't cross. And
I mean, I'm not even sure that like the people who work with her could cross that line per corporate guidelines.
Right.
It's
already so dangerous anyway.
Yeah.
Like I don't know that they'd really want to risk it, right? Like, would you?
Probably no, not Goldman Sachs. Hell no.
Probably not. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a very clear line on both of our sides, and I just don't understand. I mean, I understand how people kind of operate differently. But it makes me want to fucking puke when I see a dude that I know is married do stupid shit like take his ring off, or
oh no, that's lame.
I've literally watched dudes do that. I've also it makes me want to puke when I'm sitting around, like, and this used to happen all the time in my shop. I was right across one of my shop buildings was right across from an athletic wear company, and they had a lot of women that worked there, right? It was their office building, but they had a lot of women that worked there. Wasn't a bunch of dudes. I mean, there were dudes, but mostly a lot of women. I had customers that would literally sit there that I knew were married and be like, wow, look at that. I'd like to bend that over or something, some random ass nastiness. I'm like, dude, you're fucking married, man. Don't tell me that shit. I know you're married. This isn't guy talk. This is not, we're in my shop, which is a professional environment.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We are not that kind of friends, first of all. Don't fucking do that. That's wrong, bro. I just, I like to think that I give off the vibe that it's just not appropriate to ever say that kind of shit to me. And I've refined that over the years because I've had so many dudes that thought it was okay to just say nasty ass shit and talk about women as if all women were sluts. I find it very inappropriate. I don't like it. I don't, and I let you know I don't like it, right? And I can accept that there are men out there that have locker room talk, right? Like back when Trump was running and everybody was mad about the grab her by the pussy comment. That's locker room talk. If the men around him were not offended and didn't have a problem with it, then who the fuck cares what he said?
And he wasn't really talking about like one specific person either. It's just you just grab him by the pussy. It's
right.
Like, he wasn't talking about somebody.
He was literally saying that, and which is accurate. I mean, just look at fucking OnlyFans.
And I mean, I say stuff like that all the time too. Like
because you're a billionaire, and these fucking whores will let you grab them by the pussy. He didn't say that, but I would say that. And yeah, and it's locker room talk. It's not like, I mean, okay, as me personally, would I be offended? No,
but I would say something like that. Just saying.
I'd be like, you know what, dude, I'm gonna walk out the locker room, right? Like,
or you could just laugh.
Or I would just kind of laugh and I'd walk out the locker room. That's just me. Other dudes will be in there just like, oh yeah, man, high five, fuck yeah, dude. That's cool.
Or just laugh and move
everybody
on.
Everybody has their, it's just the way it is. To me, it's a little fucked up thing. It's a little bit fucked up to say. It's not as fucked up as pointing out a girl across the parking lot, taking her walk, a lot of the girls would walk after lunch, right? Like, as a matter of fact, there's almost like a fucking parade daily when the weather was nice. Is the girl around lunchtime? I figured it out. The girls would walk around the block, right? They're getting their exercise, getting a little sunshine, don't want to just sit in a fucking cubicle all day.
Mm-hmm.
And it was more than one time and more than one dude that would say some nasty ass shit about how hot this girl was, or butt ugly that girl was, whatever, And I'm like, we're not friends like that, right? We just aren't. And that's another piece that I think is missing. Like, if I don't really know you, don't say shit like that to me, because you don't know me, and I don't know you. So don't say that.
Especially if it's at your place of work, is because like, yeah. I know how it is, like having a shop. Like I got a friend who's got a bike shop that everybody knows about, and everything that people say inside that shop, like when they're there shopping for stuff, they always associate whatever was said by that customer to his shop as if he was endorsing it. And I think it's like that for most businesses. So I get where you're coming from when you say that, because I would say, oh, is it true that you said that this and that was said about this person? We're like, yeah, but that wasn't me, that was him. I'm like, yeah, but you didn't say anything about it, you just giggled. Like, why?
I just think that
it's kind of true, but
I mean, I just think that if you're in somebody's place of business, you shouldn't say shit like that. Even if you're kind of buddying up, or you're talking about cool stuff like cars and stuff. I mean, I just found it highly. I find that thing kind of highly inappropriate. Now,
it is inappropriate.
Good friends, even with some of my really good friends, I would be like, dude, shut the fuck up. Nobody wants to hear that shit.
And it's like when people try to like hit up in the DMs and have a one-on-one talk with me, and I like clearly said like, dude, I'm all for, because I tend to hang around male spaces, which is like I'm not mad that they're doing that. It's when I tell them, okay, I don't feel comfortable with the private message part. Listen, I'm in a relationship. This is a boundary you're crossing here.
Right.
And if you keep crossing that, it's gonna be a fucking block button for you, period.
Yeah.
And I made that very clear. I'm like, listen, I'm in a relationship. This is not appropriate. I'm happy to talk to you in other, like in a public server where there's other people that can witness what's going on. But one-on-one, it's no.
Yeah. I just think that we're as a society, we're very comfortable being very crude and rude in public. What used to be locker room talk, what used to be private conversations between men or women, is just shit people say on the street in front of strangers. And if you don't find that fucked up, I don't know what's wrong with you, because that's fucked up, man. And we see it all day, every day, right? Like, dudes will be just driving down the street and yell out at a car, nice ass, or, some shit like that. Like, that's dumb. Girls are almost as bad these days. I don't know why, but they are. And it's just fucked up. Tolerant Cam says situational awareness is a dying skill. Right. And it's not just being situational awareness, head on a swivel. It's also just being aware of the surroundings you're in and knowing what is the appropriate behavior for those surroundings. And you're right. It is a dying skill. It is something that I have no idea why people find it so hard to just be appropriate most of the time.
Because they try to be funny.
I like this guy. Tolerant locker room talk is funny and has banter. It's different than having banter, right? Yeah, boundaries, right? Yeah, it's crash, not funny. Common courtesy is lost. Read the room, right? I mean, all of those things are true. All of you guys are right. It's just simply that, and it all goes back to this thing of that I surround myself, and I do actually. That's an accurate statement. I pretty much do surround myself with high value people, women and men. I don't have friends that are low class. We won't be friends.
Yeah, the other thing that like people seem to be doing is the dog piling on somebody. And it's not like playful roast. They just keep on going and going and going, and it's not even good insults. They just dog pile, and it's just not even funny. And you're just standing there like no, I'm trying to have conversation with other people, and you're just out there like dog piling while I'm trying to talk. And it's like, okay, but if your roasts were funny, I guarantee you I would be laughing. But you're just not funny, bro. Like, sorry. I make fun of myself all the time. If, like, Spectre, he roasts the living crap out of me all the time, and his roasts are actually funny, and I laugh my ass off. But sometimes, man, some people, they're just not funny.
Yeah. Like, it's so hard for me to even get aggravated with online presence. Like, I can't.
Yeah, what did you say? The comment that you were talking about is like, oh, I didn't imagine Grid to look like that. I'm like,
yeah. I thought it was funny as fuck. And they're like, what did you think I was going to look like? I even like posted in that. Just
to be honest, you looked exactly the way that I imagined at first, which I thought that's what I thought was weird. Because I was like, did I saw this guy before and I get like some kind of Mandela effect, or like, no, I don't know.
I mean, how would I not look like? I'm from the South.
Yeah, and you were on car, so you got your hat and you got your glasses.
Yeah, I have my
like
pic, I have that
the
face
fishing hat.
Profile pic is because I was in Wyoming shooting the Governor's Cup match one year, and it had been dry as fuck. And I don't know if you know this, but Wyoming's dusty as, I mean, it's like fucking Arizona dusty, especially when it's been dry for a little while. And every time a damn truck would roll by, man, I couldn't breathe. I mean, it's like, give me some water. You know, I was drinking mud. You know, basically, I was pouring water down my throat. It was turning to mud, and so I ended up. I don't know why I had it, but I had one of my fishing buffs in my gear, and I put it on, and everybody's like, "Holy shit, dude, where'd you get that? We need one of those." And I'm like, "Man, I only brought the one. I didn't even know I brought it. I have no idea why it was in my gear, but I wore that thing pretty much the rest of the weekend because, again, every time a truck would drive by, which was often, right, because you have shooters going from one stage to the other and coming back, and you got, I think we had 12 stages all over the fucking place, and literally every time a vehicle would roll by, it was a huge cloud of fucking, and you probably haven't been to Wyoming, but they have what basically is fucking moon dust. This shit's like flour. It's powdered so fine. It's literally like breathing the nastiest flour you can imagine. And sifted powdered sugar that doesn't taste like powdered sugar. It's just fucking awful.
Or like old perfume from the early 2000s.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any frame of reference for that, but sure, okay, I'll go with it. But yeah, it was just
the stuff you would like start sneezing when you would walk by a chick. That was why you started sneezing.
Yeah, fuck yeah, they did. You're damn right they did. Look at that. They probably thought I was 6'4", bald tats with shaved arms.
Shaved arms.
Yeah, they did. That's exactly what they thought I looked like. Hell yeah.
I make $50,000 an hour.
Yeah. But yeah, the whole face covering thing in my profile pic was all purely accidental. It was long before the COVID deal where everybody had to, wear the face diapers. But long before that. And I actually have a series of pictures with me and I actually started taking all kinds of like breathing apparatus to all of these dusty ass places because I couldn't breathe when they'd roll by, especially if I knew there were going to be a lot of trucks. So, yeah, you're simply, oh fuck, what a fuck, that's fucking funny. I blame this crass behavior. Crass is a great word usage, by the way. It's fucking on point. On lack of masculinity, men are losing their ability to be funny due to feminization. You're not fucking wrong. Men are essentially becoming Amy Schumer. Solid work. That is solid. Move to the front of the class. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. Yeah. All right, guys, we're 4.5 hours deep here. I am calling it early tonight. Normally I go another half hour.
Calling it early.
Yeah, I'm calling it early tonight. Just because it's Saturday. I'm going to get up at 5 a.m. and go fishing. So sorry, fuckers, I'm out of here.
You should do a vlog on your grid account. A fishing vlog.
A fishing vlog?
That'd be so boring.
It would.
I mean, I'm sure some people would love it, but
fishing's pretty fucking popular. I just don't do that shit. I never. It's interesting because people always ask, why don't you have pictures of this or why don't you have video of that?
Why don't you have a picture of you holding a fish like this, Grid?
I don't. I have pictures of fish, and every now and again I take pictures of fish, but I just don't fucking do that shit. I never even took pictures of half the work I did, and I would have customers all the time like, oh, hey, can you send me some pictures of whatever? And I'm like, no, I don't have time to fucking take a picture. I'm fucking working, dude. I have a fucking this is a new thing where everything is like everybody's taking pictures and shit. I don't do that shit.
You're too cool for that,
Yeah. All right, guys. You can't stay here. You don't have to go home. Don't go away mad.
But you can't stay here.
Don't go away mad. Just go the fuck away. Guys, love having you here. If you're new, check out the channel. Hit the subscribe button thing so that apparently that's how YouTube keeps score somehow. And I'm going to go fishing in the morning. You guys have a great time. And I will see you later.
Please share this video with your friends. And an Unreasonable Man podcast is available wherever you get your podcast. So if you want to listen to it on the road, it's available. Make sure you check it out, subscribe, leave a 5-star review, all that stuff.
Yeah. Tell a buddy, bring a friend. we'll see you next time. On next stream will be technically be Monday. If I do one, it'll be Monday afternoon because I do a day shift. Just because I have friends that want to listen to me during the day and talk shit in the comments. But the actual next stream will be Wednesday night at the same Bat channel.
6 p.m. East Coast, West Coast time.
Yeah, 8:05 sharp on in Central Time, the real time. You guys
and that's
have
10.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 9 East Coast.
Yeah, 9:05 East Coast, 8:05 Central real time, 7:05 p.m. Mountain Time, and 6:05 p.m. Californication time. Everybody, have fun. You guys have a great rest of your night. It's been fun. You guys have a great evening.
Bye.